Welcome to me, where suspenseful, thrilling, and mysterious stories will draw you into a world where the lines between reality and fantasy seem to blur. When the night falls, when all the sounds gradually quiet down, leaving only your own heartbeat and breathing, that's when these stories begin. Tensions, unsolved mysteries, moments that will make you hold your breath in fear or curiosity, all are waiting for you ahead. Find a comfortable seat, dim the lights, and let this sound guide you on a journey that is not for the faint of heart. I want each of you to leave a comment sharing where you are in the world. And if you are enjoying the episodes, don't forget to give a like and subscribe to the channel now. Relax. Are you ready? If so, join me in the first story right now. Behind the Cerulean Door. Summer. Vlog. Part 1. Uploaded June 20th, 2024. Video transcript. Hey, guys. Cassie here. Today is the first day of my songwriting retreat. I've just arrived at the cabin and absolutely love it. I'm so excited to bring you along on this summer journey with me. This cabin is exactly what I need. A quiet little place to write some new songs and finally finish the ones I started during our tour. And you guys, just look at this place. There's a forest, there's a lake, and there's literally nobody else for miles. Well, maybe more like a few hundred meters, but still. And here's the cabin. Doesn't it look cozy? I mean, sure, on the outside, it's a bit worn down. The landlord said he just inherited it and hasn't had enough time to fix it up. But guys, the main treat is inside. Let me show you, okay? Here we are. I love this rustic wood paneling and the floors. And, oh my God, these windows, they're huge. So much light. I didn't expect a cabin this far north to have such big windows, but I guess the original owners mostly used it in the summer. Though there's a really lovely fireplace too, but I have no idea if it still works. And drum roll, please. Here's the star of this humble abode, this old, trusty, upright piano. You guys, I'm so happy I found a cabin with a piano. There's just something special about writing music on a real acoustic instrument. It feels so much better than any electronic keyboard. It's like the older the instrument is, the more stories it has to tell, you know? But I did bring my portable MIDI keyboard, just in case. This piano is probably way out of tune, but I'll try to fix it. I think I'm gonna set up my laptop right here on this coffee table so I can put some mics near the piano and record my songwriting sessions. Now, here's a small kitchen area. There's running water and everything, and I've already stocked the fridge. Gosh, these windows. Can you imagine how nice it's gonna be to make a cup of coffee in the morning and just sit here, looking at the lake? Anyway, let's get on with the tour. Over here, we've got a door to what I'm guessing is a storage room, or maybe a shed? Not sure. But look at this color. What do you call it? Teal? Or cerulean, maybe. We should totally paint our studio back home this color. I really like it. But in any case, it's locked. The landlord said he doesn't even have a key, so I guess we have a little mystery on our hands. Okay, and here's the bedroom. Not much space here, and I can barely stand straight in this corner, but it's so cozy. Kinda like a hobbit hole. I've started unpacking already. Sorry for the mess. Now, let's go check out the lake. Oh my gosh. It smells amazing out here. I wish you guys could smell it through the screen. It's like pine trees, fresh grass, and a cool breeze from the lake. And listen, can you hear the birds? Not sure if the camera mic is picking it up, but I hope you can. I know I'm gonna spend so much time down here, drawing inspiration from nature. Anyway, I'm gonna settle in now, play some piano, well, maybe try tuning it first, and I'll check in with you guys soon. The reception here is kinda spotty, but I'll do my best to post regularly. See you soon. Bye. Summer Vlog Part 2 uploaded June 21st, 2024. Video transcript. Hey guys. So, it's my second day at the cabin. Last night, I stayed up way too late working on a new song. And I guess my brain didn't fully shut off when I finally went to bed. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I dreamed a melody. Isn't it funny how our minds work? Sometimes I hear a song in my sleep. And in my dream, it's the most incredible thing I've ever heard. But when I wake up, it's kinda meh at best. Or worse, it's not even my song at all. Just something I heard before. But every now and then, I do get a real song idea from my dreams. Honestly, even when I'm awake, it feels like songs already exist somewhere out there. You know? Like when I'm really in the flow, inspired, or whatever you call it. It's like the music comes to me, and I just have to write it all down before it slips away. Weird, huh? Other times, it's more like solving a puzzle. I have all these pieces. I just have to figure out where they fit. And when I find the right spot, it just falls into place. Maybe there's a place where all the songs and stories live, and we're here just to write them down. Who knows? Anyway, enough of my rambling. I tuned the piano as best I could. A couple of keys are still slightly off, but I didn't want to push it and risk breaking something. It's good enough for now. All right, I'm gonna go write down some new song. You guys have a good one, and I'll check in with you soon. Bye. Summer Vlog Part 3 uploaded June 23rd, 2024. Video transcript. Okay, guys, this is weird. Remember how I said I dreamed of a melody? Well, now I'm not sure it's just a dream. I've been hearing this melody in my sleep every night, and last night I woke up, but the song didn't stop. I still could hear somebody or something humming it. It was really soft, but it was definitely there. I tried recording it, but my mic didn't pick up anything. Just background noise. I swear, I'm not making this up. This song, it's so beautiful, so full of longing, but it gives me goosebumps, and not entirely in a good way. And the weirdest part? It's like it's stuck in a loop. It just ends abruptly and starts over, like it's forgotten how it ends. And now it's stuck in my head. Oh, wait. I'm so stupid. I definitely didn't get enough sleep. Here, let me sing it for you. Then, now you see what I mean, right? It's like it's missing its ending. Anyway, maybe it's just my brain doing weird musician stuff. I'm gonna go explore the woods now and try to clear my head and then focus on my own songs. Let me know what you think in the comments. See you soon. Bye. Summer Vlog Part 4 uploaded June 25th, 2024. Video transcript. Hey guys, sorry for this shaky on-the-go vlog, but I just found out something, and I have to share it with you. So, today, I went into town to get some supplies, and I ended up chatting with this old guy at the shop. When I mentioned I was staying at the lakeside cabin, his whole face changed. Like, he actually looked disturbed. He told me that about 30 years ago, another musician rented the same cabin. He thinks his name was Daniel or David, something like that. And he just vanished. I have to find out more about this missing musician. I'm gonna hit the local library tomorrow and see what I can dig up. Oh, and before I forget, no, I did not distort the audio in the last vlog on purpose. I didn't even realize the part where I sang the melody got corrupted. I tried recording it again later, but when I played it back, all I got was this weird, distorted static. And after the third try, the electricity actually went out. Maybe the song wants me to finish it first. Or maybe it's just so old school that it only wants to exist in analog. Either way, for now, I'll just have to stick to good old pen and paper. All right, I'll keep you posted. Bye. Summer Vlog Part 5 uploaded June 26th, 2024. Video transcript. Hey, guys. I have an update on the missing musician mystery. So, of course, I tried Googling it first, but without a full name, I didn't get very far. But today, I went to the town library, and I actually found an article in a local newspaper from 1994. Here, I made a copy. There's not much information here, but at least it confirms that a musician really did go missing. His name was Daniel Hart, and he disappeared in July 1994. From what I can tell, the police didn't search for him too hard, since he was a touring musician and wasn't from around here. They figured he just moved on. But here's the weird part. The article says that all his belongings were left at the cabin. including his guitar. Now, show me a musician who would willingly leave their instrument behind. I also talked to the librarian, this super stern elderly lady, and she actually remembers Daniel. He came by a few times to research local history and culture. She told me he always seemed to have his head in the clouds, and I think when I was leaving, the lady mumbled something like musician's curse, but I'm not totally sure. Not creepy at all, right? Now, about the melody, I transcribed it into sheet music and have been working on the ending. I've been writing down every option I come up with, but nothing fits yet. But there's something wrong with my notes. I don't think I wrote some of these variations in my notebook. I remember the versions I had in my head, but on the page, they're different. I don't know. Maybe I screwed up and made a bunch of mistakes when I wrote them down. Or maybe I'm just going crazy, like some of you suggested in the comments. It looks like my handwriting, but it's hard to tell with just the do and lines in the notation. And these cadences feel more than just incompatible with the main melody. They feel wrong, almost sinister. Honestly, the fact that I don't remember composing them freaks me out even more than Daniel's connection to the cabin. Summer Vlog, Part 6, uploaded June 28th, 2024. Video transcript. Guys, look, I just noticed this page sticking out from under the locked door. I swear it wasn't there before. Let's see. Oh, wow. It's the song. But, there are a couple more bars added at the end. It looks old. And the handwriting isn't mine. Do you think it's Daniel's? Geez, how is that even possible? And why did this page suddenly appear now? I don't believe in ghosts, but this feels like too much of a coincidence, right? Also, I'm not just hearing the melody at night anymore. Now, it comes as a faint whistling whenever a draft moves through the room. It gives me chills, though I'm not sure if it's the sound itself or just the cold air. Am I losing my mind? Summer Vlog, Part 7, uploaded June 29th, 2024. Video transcript. Guys, I've made some progress on the melody. I got a couple more bars right. I can feel it, but it's still not finished. It's like it's just on the tip of my tongue, but I can't quite get it right. It's louder now. I hear it even outside in the wind, though the farther I get from the cabin, the fainter it becomes. And of course, I can still hear it in my head, since I'm constantly thinking about it. It's the ultimate earworm. There's this urgency in it now. I've got shivers crawling up the back of my neck all the time. I think it wants me to figure it out. And soon. Sorry, I don't have much time to spare. Gotta get back to work. Summer Vlog, Part 8, uploaded June 30th, 2024. Video transcript. Okay, this isn't just cabin weirdness anymore. I ran into town to pick up some groceries and when I came back, this. The whole place was trashed. They tore out a few pages from my manuscript notebook, and there are deep scratches on the locked door, like someone was trying to pry it open. But they didn't take my laptop or camera. The only thing that makes sense is that they were after the song. But why? Luckily, I had Daniel's sheet with me. I know the rational thing would be to pack up and get out of here immediately. But I don't think I can. I need to finish this song. I've always felt like it was important, and now I know it is. I think I'm getting closer to figuring out the right ending. The melody is clearer now, and sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I swear I see it. This pale blue ribbon of light flowing around me. SVN News Report, July 1st, 2024. Forest fire near Songvale Lake. A fast-moving wildfire broke out overnight near Songvale Lake, with fire crews working since early this morning to contain the spread before it reaches nearby homes and hiking trails. Authorities believe the fire may have originated at a lakeside cabin, possibly due to faulty wiring in the aging structure. At this time, there is no confirmed information about potential victims. Evacuation warnings have been issued for several properties along the eastern edge of Songvale Lake, and officials are urging residents to stay alert and be prepared to leave if conditions worsen. SVN News Report, July 2nd, 2024. Missing musician. Last seen near Songvale Lake. Authorities are searching for Cassie Reed, a 29-year-old musician who was last seen in the town of Ridgepoint, just a few miles from Songvale Lake, the day before a fast-moving wildfire broke out in the area. According to local authorities, Reed was reported missing by her manager after she failed to show up for a scheduled video call yesterday. She had been renting a lakeside cabin near the fire's suspected point of origin. Reed was last seen on June 30th at a small grocery store in Ridgepoint. Witnesses say she appeared distracted and was acting strangely. Authorities have not confirmed whether Reed was inside the cabin when the fire started. Officials are urging anyone with information about Cassie's whereabouts to come forward. Meanwhile, her fans have taken to social media, using the hashtag #FindCassie to share updates and express their concern. Summer vlog. I'm Alive. Uploaded July 8th, 2024. Video transcript. Hey guys, Cassie here. I know many of you have been worried, but I'm okay. I had to go dark for a while. Someone, or something, set fire to the cabin, and they still might be after me. And the melody. I know some of you already thought I was crazy. Now, you'll be sure of it. But hear me out. I believe the song saved me. I found the right ending. I know the whole song now. It happened just a couple of hours before the fire. The moment I played the melody from start to finish, I heard a creak. The cerulean door opened. Inside, there was a room filled with old instruments, flutes, violins. I think I even saw Daniel's guitar. And there were cassette tapes, too. There were many more musicians before me or Daniel. I don't know what happened to them, but many of them tried to write this same song. I found heaps of sheet music in that storage room, all in different handwriting. Some pieces were definitely the same song, with variations of the last part, though not many were finished. What's interesting is that some of them felt right to me, even though they were different from my version. Maybe the ending isn't just about fitting the song. Maybe it's about reflecting the person writing it. And there were other songs, completely different ones, each with variations of their own. I don't know what that means yet, but I believe this song holds some kind of benevolent power. A protection spell, maybe. Something that keeps a darkness at bay. A darkness that's been trying to destroy the song and anyone who tries to finish it. I think all those creepy feelings I had were coming not from the song itself, but from that darkness trying to scare me away. And when I finally finished the song, it got really, really mad. I must have dozed off while going through all that sheet music. But I woke up to the melody whistling under the eaves. It was so loud and piercing, like a siren. That's when I smelled smoke. The cabin was on fire. I grabbed as many pages of music as I could reach and ran to the living room to get my laptop. But everything was already on fire. I couldn't get to the door. Luckily, those huge windows made a great escape point, and then I just ran. Now I'm safe. And the song is too. I can record it now. I'm not sure if it's because it's complete or because that dark power doesn't stand in the way anymore. But I still have so many questions. I have so much research to do to fully understand what it all means. So I'm going to disappear again for a while. But I will leave this song with you. It's out there now, everywhere you can listen to music. And I think it's important that as many people as possible hear it, sing it, remember it. This song matters, and I'm going to find out why. Wish me luck. Under the kitchen sink. Spoiler, but a scare warning. MC and other characters talk about being knocked out and a near death from a spider bite. Very mild. Fictional story, but based on Orthodox Christian spiritual warfare. It was a Saturday afternoon when I was 13. My friend Lila and I were playing hide-and-go-seek at her house. Lila was my new friend, but she was fun to hang out with. I also had a friend named Aiden. He was my best friend since I was little, like really little. He looks the same age as me, but he always acted a lot older. He was scared about me going places I shouldn't, and that I should be careful. But he said that a lot with Lila, because I never told my mom about me visiting her. But I thought, as long as I got back between the 2 hours, I got off school, and she got home from work, she would never find out. Lila counted while I tried to find a hiding spot in her big, empty house. My feet echoed as I ran around, and then I found a room under the stairs. I giggled as I closed the door and hid in between some old clothes, a vacuum, a laundry hamper, and the washing machine. "Torrid, D930, ready or not, here I come!" Ain't no way she is going to find me here. I bet she's afraid of the I found you, she yelped as she opened the door. What? How did you find me? This had to have been the best hiding spot. Lila waved her hand and said, "That's not the best one. That one is quite easy to find." I got up and dusted my pants off, and as I walked out, I closed the creaky door. Then I asked her, "What is the best hiding spot?" Now, why would I tell you that? Because then you would know how to find me. But do you want to know? But the way she said it, it made me really want to know. "Please, please, please tell me. I won't hide there. I just want to see it." Lila whipped her dark hair and tapped her finger to her chin. "You may not want to hide there, but you will probably stay there for some time when you see it." I was confused, but it still made me want to go even more. "Follow me, my friend," she said, reaching for my hand. We went past the front door of her house and through the entryway to her kitchen. I hopped on the white tiles as I followed her, and she let me go. "Are you ready?" she asked. "Mm-hmm," I nodded excitedly. She then reached into the pocket of her black coat and pulled out an old key. Then she walked to the weirdest spot ever, her kitchen sink. She bent down to this big lock and fat chains and popped the key in and turned it like it was easy. Then she slowly opened the doors, but with a smile that was weirdly excited for me to see it. And once the doors are opened, I hear a loud whooshing sound and what looked like a big black hole. Whoa! How come I've never seen this before? Has anybody seen it before? Oh yeah, a lot of people have, but only people who choose to listen to me instead of, well, don't mind that. Go ahead and go inside. But where does it go? It won't hurt, will it? I don't want to do things that I know I shouldn't and get hurt. You'll be okay, you promise? Lila said. Look at all the fun games we play together behind your mom's back. Trust me, this is what you want. I felt scared, but I wanted to believe her. I took a few steps toward the sink, and the closer I got, the closer I felt like it was pulling me in, and it was harder to get away. "Dee Dee," I heard a voice from above me. Huh? I look up and get a push back from the sink, and the doors slam closed on their own. Before I looked at the voice, I got a quick look at Lila, who quickly put down her foot like she was going to do something, but she didn't want me to see it. I turned around, and in the window above the sink, I saw Aiden looking at me. He had reddish-brown hair, and when the sun hit it, it looked like it was a bright fire. He said with a worried face, "Why are you here? I warned you not to come here." "Oh, we were just having a little fun. You'll get hurt." Before I could say anything, he looked over to Lila and said, "What are you doing?" "Exploring." "Why do you have to ruin the fun?" He answered, "You are a stranger." "A stranger?" "Me and Dee Dee are best friends, better friends than you. Clearly, she makes more time for me than you. Besides, how long have you known her for?" "Since she was baptized." Lila seemed really mad at his answer. I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to hurt Aiden's feelings, but I really wanted to have fun. When I looked at Aiden again, he already looked like he was sad because of what she said. And I was scared that what she said was true. I didn't want it to be. I glance over to the big, old clock on the wall and realize that my mom would be home any minute. I look at them both and say, "I have to get home." Aiden told me, "Maybe you should tell your mom about this." I shook my head and said, "No, she would get so mad at me." Aiden didn't seem to like that I said that, but said, "Your choice. Dee Dee, your choice." Then he walked away from the window. I ran home as fast as I could. And thankfully, I got there just in time. I don't think my mom knew at all where I had been. I just acted normal, and we enjoyed dinner together. She even asked, "So how was school today, honey? I heard you had a hard time on the test." I knew I could have done better, but I felt so sleepy. And I think it was from not telling Mom about Lila and keeping it a secret made me tired and not think well. "It was decimals," I told her. She put her fork down and said, "But you're so good at decimals." She looked confused and said, "Dee Dee, you seem to be having a hard time in school lately. Not just with the test, but with things you know, and know really well." I felt warm. I had to come up with something without telling my secret. "I've been doing extra homework, so I stay up late and get sleepy." She didn't seem to like that very much. "Listen, Dee Dee, I want you to be doing your homework when you get home from school, not late in the night. You need your sleep, and you should have plenty of time after school to do it, right?" The whole time she talked, I kept thinking about Lila's kitchen sink. What was under there? Where did it go? Was it really as bad as Aiden made it out to be? "Dee Dee, Dee Dee." My mom snapped me out of my thinking. "Look, hun, you need to finish up and go get some rest. Homework in the afternoon and sleep at night. That's all." I got on the bathroom stool to brush my teeth, and I went to say my prayers. As I did, I had a really bad feeling that I didn't usually have. I felt bad about how I treated Aiden earlier. I hoped he still wanted to be my friend. I turned the switch on my small blue lamp, and as I went to bed, I threw the covers over my head. My blonde hair got in my face as I curled up, confused about my day. Psst! I didn't think anything of it and closed my eyes tightly. Psst! That time was too loud. I threw my blanket off to look around my room. Then I saw someone in the window again. But it wasn't Aiden. Lila stood on the roof outside my window and said, "Hey, you're up." "Lila? What are you doing here? It's past my bedtime." I began to speak in a whisper as I looked really quickly toward my cracked bedroom door. "My mom might still be up. Bedtime, schmed time. It doesn't matter as long as you don't get caught. Don't you want to see that portal?" But Aiden said not to. Lila rolled her eyes and said, "Aiden isn't saying that because he is worried. Aiden just doesn't want you to have any fun." "But come on, you don't want to be a scaredy cat, do you? You can do what you want. You wanted to see the hiding spot yourself. Remember?" With the last word, she said, her eyes lit up. But it wasn't in a good way. I really wanted to see what that black hole was. Maybe she was right. I can do what I want. We were back in her kitchen. She had led me out of my house by a rope she tied to the roof, and I had no idea where it came from. "Are you ready this time?" she asked. I nodded, even though I was really scared, and my heart beat faster than it had beaten. She opened the cabinet doors again, and I was greeted by the loud sound and twirling portal. I slowly tippy-toed toward it, closer and closer and closer. Then Lila pushed me. She grunted. I screamed the loudest scream, and I don't think anyone heard me. As I began to fall down into the dark space, I saw a ledge and held onto it, trying not to let go, because I knew if I fell any further, no one could help me. I turned around, and the last thing I saw was Lila. But it wasn't Lila. She had turned into a nasty creature with horns and a long tongue, and her eyes did the same thing they did when she came to get me from my house. That's what happens when you mess around where you shouldn't while passing on. And she closed the cabinet. I screamed and screamed and screamed, but it just echoed at me. I yelled for someone to help me, but no one was there. I should have listened to Aiden. I yelled again, now crying loudly. I should have listened. The last thing I could think of was to say a prayer. I knew I felt guilt the last time I prayed, but I knew I still had to. I pulled down my nightcap with one hand, but quickly put my hand back on the ledge. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Slam! The cabinets swung open, and there I saw what looked like an angel. Who are you? It's me, Aiden, but you don't look like... Then it made sense. He acted older. He knew me since I was baptized, and he was always trying to keep me safe. You're my guardian angel? One hand slipped, and I was holding on by one hand. Take my hand, and I can help you. I struggled to pull my hand up. I pulled and pulled, and finally, I slapped mine into his. and he pulled me out within the blink of an eye. And again, the cabinet slammed shut. He grabbed me to help me brace for the impact as we hit the floor. I gasped and slowly got up, feeling like I was just beaten up. What just happened? Where is Lila? What did she mean by passing on? Dee Dee, you saw. Lila isn't a human girl. She's a demon, and she went back where she belongs. And I am your guardian angel assigned to you. I've been trying to keep you safe. You almost died. You are knocked out at the moment, and soon you will wake up. I thought my next question would be, how did I die? But he answered before I could ask. The first time you came towards the portal, you were near a nest of spiders, poisonous ones. And because you had disobeyed, and how close he had become to Lila, you put yourself in a very dangerous position. But I pulled you away. This time around, one bit you, and it was almost enough to kill you. But thank the Lord you prayed when you did, before it was too late. Or we'd be in a different situation. I thought about it. If I had passed, it would have been 3 days, and then it would have been the toll houses. And I certainly wasn't ready for them yet. I was shocked. But this is all happening, right? How about hide and seek? What happened with that? It still happened, but you were the only one who could see Lila, and me as well. But the portal itself exists, but not in the way you thought may have at first. I stood there and sat back down. What do I do now? What I've told you to do is be honest and listen to those who are trying to protect you. We stopped talking for a minute. I needed to take a moment to think about what happened. We both looked at the moon, and my last question was, when will I wake up? Just keep looking up, he said. Your mom will come to find you here safe. And will I see you again? He looked at me and smiled and said, just continue to live as you should. I will always be here to protect you. Let's continue with the next no less thrilling stories. Lucid Dr. Mira Santos aligns her pen at a precise 90-degree angle to her notepad, then adjusts it to 89. Perfect precision matters. Her office presents an unbroken landscape of whites and grays, walls, furniture, even the spines of journals arranged by height on custom shelving. Her diplomas hang at measured intervals. Harvard Medical School, Johns Hopkins Fellowship, Stanford Neuropsychiatry. I keep having these dreams where pieces of myself are missing, Jamie Whitcomb explains, voice carrying an unsettling familiarity Mira can't place. Like someone tore pages from my story. She observes his hands as they animate his words. Index finger extended, thumb perpendicular. A gesture triggering a microsecond of déjà vu that she immediately classifies. Transient memory phenomenon. No clinical significance. Perhaps we could explore these gaps through guided imagery, she suggests, noting the clock. 2:37. I think my unconscious is getting tired of being ignored, Jamie says. meeting her eyes with unexpected directness. His fingers tap against his knee. Tap, tap, pause, tap. A rhythm that seems momentarily significant, then doesn't. You wrote something about this, actually. How the mind creates increasingly dramatic interventions when we persist in avoidance. Your work on trauma compartmentalization changed how I understand myself. Mira's hand pauses. Few patients research their therapists so thoroughly. She glances down and notices a blue smudge on her thumb that wasn't there moments ago. When not directly observed, it seems to shift slightly, like water finding its level. After Jamie leaves, she documents. Patient demonstrates unusual knowledge of practitioner's methodology. The words form in reassuring black ink. She categorizes the blue smudge. Stress-induced perceptual anomaly. Clinical terminology creates immediate distance. Safety through classification. Her calendar displays afternoon appointments with a precise rectangle marked personal reflection at 2:30 each day. Time methodically scheduled for not thinking about what happened. 300 days of structured avoidance. She notices blue ink spreading in tomorrow's reflection block. Jamie Whitcomb, second consultation. She has no memory of scheduling this. Dr. Chen appears in her doorway. Mira, you've scheduled during your personal time tomorrow. The patient required accommodation. She lies with clinical detachment. You haven't adjusted that time block in almost a year, he observes, eyes lingering on her hand, where the blue smudge seems to pulse with her heartbeat. Her apartment mirrors her professional space, meticulously organized in whites and grays. She moves efficiently through rooms systematically purged of memory. Each belonging serves logical purpose. Control through environmental precision. Her path includes a mathematically precise 60-degree turn at the hallway's end. Gaze sliding past the single disruption in her colorless sanctuary. A cerulean blue door she hasn't opened in 300 days. For a heartbeat, vanilla shampoo scent registers. Small fingers sticky with breakfast syrup. A child's laughter, like wind chimes. Pulse accelerates. Tachycardia, 97 beats per minute. Respiratory rate increased 18%. Diagnosis: acute stress response. Treatment: continued avoidance. She walks past, careful not to touch the blue. Mira prepares for Jamie's second session, straightening her already straight pens. The blue stain has spread overnight, now covering her palm entirely. She tugs her sleeve lower. Patient demonstrates unusual knowledge of practitioner's methodology, she writes. Possible prior in vue. She stops. The words appear in blue ink despite her black pen. She selects another. Same result. Equipment. Malfunction. Statistically improbable. Perceptual anomaly. Equally unlikely. Classification. Inconclusive. When Jamie enters, the room temperature drops 3 degrees. Calibration error, surely. The clock's second hand stutters. Tick. Pause. Tick, tick. Stretching moments unnaturally. Mira's breath forms small clouds that hover before dissipating. I researched you, she says, professional tone brittle. Your contact information leads nowhere. Perhaps I don't exist within your acceptable parameters, Jamie replies, something shifting behind his eyes. His features seem unstable today. A 30-something stranger one moment, then briefly showing contours of a younger face. Isn't that your specialty, Dr. Santos? Creating parameters that exclude what hurts too much? The air carries a faint antiseptic smell. Hospital corridors, grief-saturated waiting rooms. Olfactory hallucination. Unlikely, but not impossible. You've built your career helping others face what you avoid, Jamie says, fingers forming that distinctive gesture. Index extended, thumb perpendicular. In your article, you wrote about integration, but your office calendar tells a different story. Her diploma wavers when not directly observed. Doctor of Medicine briefly becoming Mother Who Wasn't, before snapping back when she focuses on it. Do you believe in astronomy, Dr. Santos? Jamie asks, voice suddenly higher-pitched. That stars remember us even when clouds block our view? Even when we're gone? Mira's pen freezes. Mid-note. A child had asked her a nearly identical question once. Coincidence? Statistically impossible. We should focus on your experiences, she attempts, but her voice falters. Like you focus during your personal reflection blocks? His eyes shift color momentarily, from brown to startling blue. The time you carefully schedule for not remembering, the antiseptic smell intensifies. Her bookcase blurs at the edges, white shelves rippling like water, book spines dissolving into hospital corridor signs, small hand in hers, warm against her palm. Blue wool sweater with wooden buttons she'd helped fasten. Vanilla shampoo. Mira blinks rapidly. Classification: intrusive memory fragment. Treatment: compartmentalization. The clinical term disintegrates in her mind. You're diagnosing yourself in the third person, Jamie observes, his voice oscillating between adult articulation and childlike directness. Does Harvard teach doctors to hide inside words when feelings get too big? The pen in her hand turns liquid, blue ink flowing across her fingers in tiny rivulets that form star-like patterns on her skin. When Jamie leaves, or did he simply fade, Mira attempts to reorient. She aligns her pen perpendicular to her notepad, but blue ink pools beneath it, refusing containment. Dr. Chen enters, without knocking. The room temperature normalizes instantly, but blue stains remain across her notes. her desk, her hands. The Wilkins consultation, he says with unusual directness. They've requested another therapist. Said you seemed elsewhere. I maintained appropriate clinical distance, she recites. Like you maintain distance from the children's ward? His tone softens. 300 days, Mira. I saw you outside the memorial wall yesterday. He studies her, colleague and friend, visibly conflicted. Remember Elliot at the fundraiser concert? That Chopin nocturne we practiced for weeks? Him turning pages with that perfect timing? Chen's fingers mimic playing piano keys. When I asked how he knew exactly when, he said, "The music tells me," Mira finishes, throat constricting. It gets ready to need more space. Chen places a blue folder on her desk. You told Phillips to compartmentalize grief. That's not what you taught before. The patient was mirroring your strategy, Chen interrupts gently. Look at your hands. The blue has spread past her wrists, pulsing with her heartbeat. That night, the blue door PULSES with its own tutha. Mira arrives for Jamie's third session to find him already seated. Today he wears a blue sweater with wooden buttons instead of his usual suit. Her office temperature has dropped 10 degrees overnight. Facility malfunction, she mutters, but her breath forms dense clouds. The second hand on her wall clock stutters. Tick, tick, stop, backward tick, then freezes at precisely 2:37. Your calendar has transformed, Jamie observes. Blue ink has spread across her appointment book, forming distinct patterns. The Big Dipper, Orion, constellations she once traced on a bedroom ceiling. Irregularity in the ink compu. The words disintegrate before she can complete them. Her diagnostic vocabulary suddenly foreign. Letters rearranging themselves, still trying to diagnose away what you feel? Jamie asks. His features shift. Adult one moment, then child's eyes, gazing from adult face, then small fingers emerging from suit sleeves. How's that working after 300 days? The antiseptic smell intensifies. Hospital-grade disinfectant, coffee from a nurse's station, vending machine cookies. Her cream walls ripple. Hospital corridor, green bleeding through like watercolors on wet paper. Patient exhibits acute dissoc. She can't complete the word. The pen trembles between her fingers as blue ink pools on the page, forming tiny rivulets that flow toward her like seeking things. You taught me about grounding techniques, Jamie says, his voice shifting higher. The hand gesture again. Index extended, thumb perpendicular. When things feel overwhelming, find 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch. I never taught. Mira stops. She never met Jamie before 300 days ago. Statistical impossibility. Logical incongruence. professional boundaries compromised. When things get scary, he continues, features now unmistakably childlike beneath adult bone structure. Find something solid to hold on to, like your hand when we crossed parking lots. Her bookcase dissolves completely, revealing hospital waiting area chairs. The leather beneath her fingertips becomes vinyl, cold, sterile. A water cooler gurgles in the corner where her ficus plant had been moments before. The clock face melts, numbers flowing into blue puddles. Her diplomas rearrange into memorial service programs. This represents functional. Clinical terminology evaporates mid-thought. Her desk transforms into the hospital admitting counter, where she'd stood precisely 300 days ago, still hiding inside Harvard vocabulary. Jamie's adult clothing now hangs from a child's frame. Blue sweater with sleeves rolled 6 times, pants puddling around small sneakers. Elliot's face now fully visible, only his eyes retaining adult knowledge. Does categorizing grief really make it go away? VANILLASHAPOO. Apple detangler. Chocolate milk breath. This isn't Her hands convulse, sending her pen spinning across the floor. This cannot. The pen bleeds blue across linoleum, spreading toward her in tributary patterns that form exact replicas of the constellation drawings from Elliot's bedroom ceiling. Rain hammers against glass. Rhythmic squeak thump of wipers fighting deluge. Her phone vibrates against her ear. Dr. Chen's voice, tense with urgency. "I understand this patient is in crisis," she hears herself say, "but I'm driving with my son. Can I call you back in 5? "Mommy," Elliot's voice from the back seat. "Do stars remember us, even when we don't remember to look at them?" A question deserving thoughtful response. Philosophical inquiry from a 5-year-old mind. Her eyes flick to the rearview mirror, his serious expression awaiting wisdom instead of to the road ahead. Her choice, her responsibility. Headlights through rain. Blinding. Impact. Metal screaming against metal. Her body thrown forward. Airbag deploying half-second too late. The silence after. "You treat this like a case study in your textbook," Jamie Elliott says, now entirely child-sized, but speaking with impossible adult knowledge. Is that easier than admitting you chose the phone call over watching the road? The words DIETONATE inside her chest. Breath fracturing. Pulse arrhythmic. 300 days of defenses disintegrating. Post-traumatic stress with complete language fails completely. Her vocabulary, once armor against emotion, now meaningless sounds against memory's tide. Hospital corridor stretches infinitely before her. Antiseptic burning her nostrils. time frozen at 2:37 a.m. The moment unchanged despite 300 days of scientific distance, 300 days of personal reflection spent deliberately not reflecting. She reaches for Jamie/Elliot, but her hands pass through his form, encountering only absence. Not hallucination, but memory materialized. I wasn't. The truth rises like floodwater, threatening to drown her. Clinical terminology evaporating. Harvard training useless against grief's undertow. I wasn't paying attention when it mattered most. Her hands shake uncontrollably. Blue ink flows across the floor, spreading from her pen, her notepad, her appointment book, all the places she's documented others' pain while refusing to acknowledge her own. My entire career, she whispers, helping others face what I couldn't bear to see. Mira finds herself kneeling on cold hospital tiles, forehead against sterile floor, professional identity dissolving in tears, suppressed for 300 days. I chose the phone call over watching the road. She confesses to emptiness, to absence, to irreversible consequence. The hospital corridor wavers, then dissolves. She's back in her office, familiar space rendered foreign by truth. Blue ink surrounds her, no longer threatening, but awaiting direction. Her diplomas, once sources of pride, now seem incomplete chapters in a larger story. She drives home through rain, no longer calculating statistical probabilities of hydroplaning, but feeling water against glass. Her clinical detachment, once armor, now recognized as barrier. Her hands on the steering wheel remember another rainy night, another drive, different outcome, same hands. Her apartment, meticulously controlled in whites and grays, appears through shifted perception. Not ordered, but empty. Not peaceful, but silent. 300 days of creating space that demanded nothing, remembered nothing, reflected nothing back to her. The hallway stretches before her. No more precise 60-degree turn. No more transient memory phenomenon diagnosis when vanilla scent registers. Tonight, she walks deliberately toward what she's avoided. The blue door pulses with its own heartbeat. Gentle rhythm, both inviting and terrifying. Blue light seeps beneath, casting underwater reflections across the floor. Her pulse accelerates. Tachycardia, 97 beats per minute. Old diagnostic habit. Same physical response. New understanding. She places her palm against the wood. Warm. Alive. An answering pressure, as if something, someone, presses back from beyond. I'm choosing to remember, she whispers, voice breaking, and turns the knob. Beyond isn't the sharp pain she feared, but a space where blues shift from midnight depth to dawn's gentle awakening. Stars hang suspended, constellations from a ceiling painted on a Saturday afternoon with small hands guiding hers. Not distant points, but presences casting soft illumination. The air carries forgotten scents: vanilla shampoo, apple detangler, chocolate milk. Before bedtime, piano notes drift through blue. Chopin Nocturne, 4 hands at different octaves. Laughter when they missed transitions. Elliot sits cross-legged beneath Draco, his favorite constellation, because dragons should get to live in the sky too. He wears the blue sweater with wooden buttons she'd helped him fasten that morning. When he looks up, his eyes hold both childlike wonder and impossible understanding. "You finally came," he says simply. "I was afraid," she answers, professional terminology inadequate for the ache in her chest. His small hand reaches for hers. Warm pressure, simultaneously present and preserved from before. "I've been here the whole time. I'm sorry," she tells him, words carrying 300 days of avoided grief. "I looked away when I should have been watching the road." He nods, serious expression, exactly as she'd seen in that final rear-view glance. "You were helping somebody who needed you. That's what doctors do." "Not more important than you," she whispers, voice raw. He considers this with child's directness. Maybe not more or less, just different. Like how we needed different sides of the piano bench to reach all the keys. She hadn't expected wisdom from loss, hadn't allowed possibility beyond absence. "Remember when I asked about stars?" he says, looking upward. "If they remember us when clouds come?" She nods, tears flowing without clinical categorization. "They do," he says with certainty. "Even when nobody's looking up, blue light pulses around them, not invading, but connecting. Stars above and blue beneath, creating space between memory and presence where healing begins. Your patients need you to remember too," he says, child's voice with unchildlike insight. "Not just me, but what happened?" She nods, understanding forming from fractured pieces. Not compartmentalization, but integration. Not absence, but transformation. Not forgetting, but carrying forward. "I won't stop looking for you in the stars," she promises. His smile combines mischief with impossible wisdom. "Even when you forget, I'll remember. That's what stars do." When Mira awakens, dried tears trace her cheeks. Her office has transformed. Pearl gray walls now carry blue undertones that shift with changing light. Harvard credentials hang beside a child's drawing of constellations labeled "Me and Mommy's Star Map." The clock runs smoothly past 2:37, that moment acknowledged rather than avoided. On her desk sits a fountain pen filled with blue ink, her deliberate choice now. not mysterious manifestation. Beside it, her appointment book with integration practice, replacing the blocks formerly labeled personal reflection. Not scheduled avoidance, but purposeful remembering. The phone rings. Dr. Chen about an urgent patient crisis. 300 days ago, she would have answered immediately. Today, she notes the time, 5:27 p.m. Elliot's astronomy club meets in her memory at 5:30. "I'll call back in 20 minutes, she tells the receptionist. "I have an important appointment first." She allows herself to remember for exactly 3 minutes. Blue sweater, constellation maps, questions about stars, before returning to professional responsibilities with renewed presence. Later that week, a new patient sits across from her, describing familiar patterns. "After my daughter's accident, I created separate compartments," the woman explains, fingers tracing invisible boundaries on the armrest. Work Susan never mentions Emily. Mother Susan only exists on scheduled Sundays, when I permit myself to visit her room. Mira recognizes her former self in this careful division. 300 days ago, she would have praised this compartmentalization as adaptive coping. Standard protocol suggests emotional containment during grief responses. Mira pauses, feeling blue ink against her fingertips. She deliberately sets her manual aside. "Protocols have their place," she says, leaning forward slightly. "But they can't account for how grief rewrites our internal maps. Compartmentalizing doesn't actually protect us. It fragments us. Integration doesn't mean constant pain, but allowing memory to exist alongside present moment." The woman's eyes fill with tears. "How? By acknowledging both your professional competence and your profound loss, not as separate identities, but as equally true aspects of who you are now." Later, Mira opens her own case file. She writes, "Subject demonstrates initial success in memory integration. Professional identity remains intact while accommodating emotional truth. Continued practice indicated." She pauses, then adds, "The stars remember us, even when we forget to look up." She signs the entry. Day 321. The blue ink catches light as it dries. Not the end of grief, but the beginning of carrying it differently. And the next story will be told right away. Please listen carefully. The couple in the glass. The first time she saw them, she didn't think too much of it. Just an exceptionally attractive, well-dressed couple having dinner together in their multi-million-dollar penthouse while overlooking downtown Chicago. Bev Thomas watched them from the balcony of the apartment, hidden away in the shadows of the night, wondering what it must be like. The apartment she was currently cleaning for work was cherry enough, but nothing compared to the place these two lived in. She'd studied them, admired them, became invested in them. But never once did it occur to her during that first sighting that anything was wrong. The woman wasn't just beautiful. She was elegant. Elegant in the way that women just weren't anymore. Audrey Hepburn, Grace Kelly, Jackie Kennedy. Women who embodied class, charm, and fashion. The woman in the window looked as though she belonged on that same list, regardless of the fact that she was completely unknown to Bev. She wasn't a celebrity, wasn't an actress or a singer, and Bev didn't recognize her from the world of politics. She was just a stunning, refined, angelic individual who looked as though she'd descended from heaven itself to grace the earth with her beauty. She wore a ball gown of sorts, pale yellow, and doused in what Bev could only imagine were real diamonds from the way the material shimmered. Bev couldn't help but allow the jealousy to set in. How could one person have it all? If her looks weren't enough, there was the man seated across from her. He was unrealistically handsome. She was convinced he'd had work done to make him look that way, like he'd just arrived from a factory somewhere. But inside, she doubted it. Something about his face told her it was all natural. He landed somewhere between Paul Newman and Henry Cavill. From the Newman side came the piercing blue eyes, so deep in color that Bev could see them clearly from the balcony across the boulevard. The stubble of a full beard gave him the timeless, rugged quality. But then came the Cavill features. A strong, chiseled jaw, a full head of wavy auburn hair, and a physique that looked as though Michelangelo had risen from the dead and carved it himself. Bev's life could have stayed perfectly normal if it had only been that one time, but it hadn't. She cleaned that apartment 5 nights a week for an owner that was in town once a year, and every single night she found them in that exact same spot, just looking at each other. The second time, she found herself talking out loud about it. After all, it was just her. The walls weren't going to be critical of her self-monologue. The hell are they doing? Every night? She whined as she dusted away at the shelving and priceless decor. If I had money like that, I'd never cook another thing ever again. Then it occurred to her, and she nodded to herself at the realization. Probably a personal chef brings the 5-star menu to their front door. Unbelievable. She watched them as they ate, trying to imagine what the steak and asparagus tasted like when you were that well off. But from what she could tell, they didn't seem to enjoy it all that much. Probably eat like royalty so much that the glamour wore off, she'd thought. She'd forced herself to ignore them after that for the entirety of the second night. It was when she arrived for her shift on the third evening that the situation started to feel off. Something just wasn't quite right about them. Third night in a row, And there they were, seating by the window, candle-lit dinner and champagne. It was like watching someone's anniversary on a loop. That night, she didn't ignore them. That night, she actually moved a chair from the other side of the living room to the window where she could make herself comfortable as she stalked. She began to realize small details about them. Their clothing had changed, but their expressions were exactly the same. Stoic. As she watched their rendezvous unfold, she noticed that neither of them took a single bite of their meals or a solitary sip of their wine. Odd. Then there was Prince Charming's facial hair. The stubble had been there to begin with, but now the shadow of a budding neck beard was now showing. He hadn't shaved in a few days. It wasn't all that peculiar, but something about the couple told Bev that these weren't the kind of people who let hygiene go unattended. It was like the thing in the photo, not like the others. As she studied their faces, she noticed that they both looked exhausted, like they hadn't slept much. The final observation she made was that they never moved from those seats. When they did shift in place or push food around on their plates, their movements were subtle, almost careful. It became almost irritating for Bev. At first, she'd enjoyed daydreaming about what their world must be like, but now the show was becoming a bore. She moved the chair back to its spot on the other side of the room and ignored them as best she could for the rest of her shift. But when she returned for the 4th and 5th night that week, she found them there still, staring at each other and never moving. Saturday and Sunday she had off, but her mind was completely occupied by that couple across the way. It bothered Bev so much that Monday morning she decided to do a little detective work. She didn't have names to go on, so she went about finding them out. She made calls, did some internet searches, even sorted through city and county records to get any information that she could. It took her most of the day, but she finally found something. The penthouse on the 42nd floor on the left-hand wing belonged to a man named Doug Allen. He was some sort of financial wizard and had obtained an enormous amount of wealth day trading. From what Bev could tell, he'd never been married. Must be a girlfriend, she thought. But then she called the front desk of the building the penthouse was in and discovered that Mr. Allen hadn't used his personal entry sensor or code in over a month. When she went in to clean the apartment that night, they were there again, sitting by the window, looking like a set of puppets. It was too much for Bev. She was too invested. She made her way across to their building and waited outside until a stranger walked in, walking in behind them and onto the elevator as if she belonged. Thankfully, the ladies at reception were fully engaged in a conversation about the latest episode of Yellowstone and hadn't noticed. When she arrived on the 42nd floor, she found herself in a hallway that offered only 4 options. 1 penthouse door for each wing of the building. She approached their door and immediately noticed the "Do Not Disturb" placard that hung beside it. She was so nervous, she was shaking. But this couple had completely polluted her days and nights. She had to know what was going on if she ever wanted to get back to reality. She didn't know what she would say when they answered, but she decided she would figure it out as she went. She knocked once with the intention of doing it a second and third time, but when her knuckles connected with the door, it inched open slightly. It hadn't been properly latched. She looked at the opening for over a minute, trying to decide what to do. Clearly, they hadn't heard the knock, as no one came to the door to confront her. Surprising even to herself, she was actually considering letting herself in just enough to get a glimpse. She decided against the idea initially, but as she reached for the knob to close the door, she couldn't help herself. She shifted it open a little further, just enough to see inside. There was a small table in the center, and on the top were dozens of photos and documents. She'd come this far. She needed something to satisfy her insatiable interest. She approached the table and began to peruse the contents. The photos were all of the couple in the window, but the images were all from afar, as if whoever had taken them had done so without their knowledge. Bev's stomach started to turn as she read through the documents. Every one a piece of evidence. Evidence of an affair. It wasn't the affair itself that unsettled her. It was the fact that someone had collected evidence of it and had compiled it right here in the home of the man involved. She set the papers down and began to take steps backward as quietly as she could. But a noise behind her forced her to a complete stop. "You shouldn't be here," he said. Bev was frozen, the fear infiltrating every cell. She was caught. But that wasn't what frightened her. It was what she had walked into. She turned slowly, being careful to control her movements. As she did, she found herself face to face with the barrel of a pistol. The man holding it was calm, but in a way, perplexed. Like he wasn't sure exactly what to do with this discovery. "I'm sorry," she started to say. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. I cleaned the apartment across the street, and She couldn't find the words, and any she did came out mumbled through her now shaking lips. She'd never seen a gun in person before, much less had one trained on her face. She couldn't think, and she could hardly breathe. He raised his free hand and rubbed his forehead as if working through a complicated mathematical equation. "Move," he said. "What?" "I said move. Into the dining room," he said, waving the gun in the direction she was to go. She did as she was told, inadvertently holding her hands in the air like she was under arrest. She knew it was silly, She would have felt much better if a police officer were detaining her versus what she was currently experiencing. As she emerged into the dining room, the couple she'd been watching for over a week came into view. They had to hear her enter, but they didn't dare move, and Bev believed she already knew why. "Douglas, Denise, we have an unexpected guest," he said. Still, they didn't move. Bev waited for a verbal confirmation that they were even alive. But then she saw the woman he'd called Denise's throat catch slightly as she fought to control her breathing. "I think introductions are in order. Why don't you go first?" he said, poking Bev in the back with the gun. I'm Bev Thomas. I just clean the apartment across the street. Perhaps you'd like to tell us exactly why you've intruded upon our evening of wonders and romance. Bev Thomas. I noticed them having dinner in the same spot all last week, and You were nosy, the man said, finishing her sentence. I was concerned. You didn't mean what? To break into this apartment? To impose somewhere you weren't welcome? But you did it anyway, didn't you? Bev Thomas. You know what, though? That's okay. You see, you and I are a lot alike. Curious. You were curious about this beautiful couple. So was I. You can imagine just how curious I was when I discovered that my wife of 15 years was having an affair with a wealthier, more attractive, and apparently more adventurous man. Bev didn't know what to say. Her fears were being confirmed, but that didn't bring her a single ounce of relief. For once, she wished she'd been wrong. Since they can't answer for themselves, allow me to complete the introductions. Douglas Allen, my wife's new lover. My darling wife, Denise. As for me, my name is about as important as our marriage was to my whore of a wife. Again, Bev stayed quiet. You must be wondering what exactly you happened upon tonight. Bev Thomas, let me illuminate you. You see, I have been tracking this forbidden love affair for over 2.5 years. Every meetup, every email, every middle-of-the-night phone call that my wife took from the downstairs bathroom as if I wouldn't hear. Everything. I was so moved by the greatest love story ever told that I figured, why not recreate it? Let the lovebirds live through it all one more time. We've been at it for weeks, Bev. Day and night. Every dinner date, every intimate conversation, every single moment of sexual engagement. All of it on replay, like a show on Broadway. The obvious difference is an audience of only one to enjoy it, he said, referring to himself. She doesn't have anything to do with this, Mike. Just let her leave. Denise's sudden outburst startled Bev so much that she almost jumped. The woman in the window had finally broken her silence. The man called Mike was still behind her, so Bev couldn't see his face. Even so, she could feel the anger radiating off him like heat from a bonfire. "What is the rule, Denise? What is the fucking rule?" She didn't respond, nor did she look away from Doug Allen. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes told the story all on their own. It was clear to Bev that Denise was overrun with fear. She'd messed up, and she knew it. Bev flinched as Mike's footsteps met her ears. He moved around her, making his way toward Denise, slowly and methodically, like a hungry tiger closing in on a wounded antelope. "I asked you a question," he said calmly as he arrived at the table. Again, she refused to answer. Mike sighed heavily and pulled something from his pocket. Before it registered what he had retrieved, the blade of the folding knife had flipped open and had been driven through Doug's hand, nailing it to the tabletop. Doug screamed out in pain, and Denise did the same. All the fear, anger, and misery exploding out of her. "Look what you made me do, you whore. You worthless bitch. You couldn't follow a simple set of fucking rules. Don't break character. Ever. You've ruined the entire sequence." When he was done, he collected himself and turned back to Bev. She expected he was about to explain the rules of engagement in this little game he'd created. But he stopped realizing what he had done. Years of tracking, months of planning, weeks of playing out his fantasy of revenge, and he'd never made a mistake. Until now. He turned back around as quickly as he could, but it was too late. Denise had already pulled the knife from Doug's hand. As his front side became exposed, she drove the knife deep into his chest. He gasped and began to stumble backwards. She followed him onto the floor, where she pulled the blade out and then stuck it in again. Then again, and again. Doug nursed his wounded hand, and Bev watched, frozen in time, as the slaughter ensued. When she no longer had the strength to pull the knife out, and Mike was fighting for his last few breaths, she moved up to his head and whispered something in his ear. His eyes went wide, then slowly shut, as the final bit of life departed from his body. What happened next was a whirlwind of police sirens, flashing lights, EMTs, and crime scene technicians. People in uniform taking Bev's statement again and again. Paramedics checking her for injuries, the flash of cameras as evidence was documented and collected inside the penthouse. She couldn't bring herself to say much of anything, but she hung on every word as Doug and Denise detailed what they had been through while captives of a madman, driven to the edge of sanity by pure rage and jealousy. When the police had finished their questions, and just before the pair were swept off by an ambulance to receive further medical attention at the hospital, Bev had time to ask one single question. She approached the back of the ambulance and looked up into Denise's eyes. "There is so much I don't understand. I'm glad you're both okay." But what did you say to him? At the end, Denise smiled to herself, like she was about to reveal a childhood secret she'd always promised to take to the grave. She leaned down close so that she could whisper and still be audible. I told him the truth, that Doug and I knew he was following us for months, and we kept at it anyways. I told him that it made it that much more exciting that he was seeing everything we were doing, and it just made us want to do it that much more. I told him that, and I told him that the only thing better than Doug and I tearing into each other with him knowing was doing it all over again in front of his pathetic face. Before she could say anything more, the paramedics came and secured the doors. Bev watched, speechless, as the ambulance pulled away. Since she didn't have any injuries, she didn't need to go to the hospital. Instead, she went back to the apartment she was supposed to be cleaning. Lost in thought, she wandered over to the window, looking up to an empty table in the penthouse across the street, where she'd first seen the couple in the glass. Just when you think all the weird stuff has been told, the next story will make you think again. The Angst of Antilla. Tell me the truth. Where are you from? Yannick roared, leader of the Goobies, a notorious nomadic southern desert clan. In his teepee kneeled a young woman bound by the ankles and wrists. She wore a dirty, white satin tunic and breeches. Her brunette hair escaped from under her sand-dusted headscarf. Around her tired eyes, a darkened mixture of sand and sweat stuck to her skin. Other than that, the rest of her face remained untouched. Inside the teepee stood a few wooden chests and a bed of dried rushes wrapped in linen. A lantern sat next to the bed, and about 4 woven rug covered the desert floor. A leather bag lay across the floor, next to the woman. Through the crack of the entrance, stars could be seen, twinkling in the inky darkness of the desert sky, stretching out towards the far horizon. A slight chill wisped its way inside and curled around the room. Besides the faint talk of those in the surrounding tents, only the crackle of the rushes burning in the lantern could be heard. I've said too much, the woman murmured. Yannick slapped her across the face. Her head snapped sideways, the red sting blooming across her cheek. Slowly, she turned back to face Yannick, trembling with rage. She glared at him, her blazing eyes drilling unsettlingly into his soul. Yannick took a step back. The wrinkles on his forehead loosened as frustration turned to shock. No way. This can't be, he whispered, feeling his stomach drop. He lowered to one knee to face her. He had to confirm what he was seeing. He let out a sharp sigh of disbelief. His eyes weren't fooling him. How? He asked her. She continued to shoot daggers at him, remaining quiet. How? He repeated. How what? She spat. Amber. Your eyes turned amber. She broke eye contact with Yannick and stared blankly at the reed-woven floor. Her eyes flickered back to to a deep shade of brown. Yannick shuddered as he felt a sudden chill leave his bones. "Tell me I'm wrong when I say that you're from Antilla," Yannick said, holding his breath. The woman shut her eyes and sighed. "Tell me!" he roared impatiently. She looked up at him again, amber flickering faintly through her pupils. A coldness instantly rushed over him again. "You're not wrong. I am from Antilla," Yannick exhaled sharply, falling backwards to sit on the floor. He crossed his legs and ran one hand through his hair. How is it possible? How did you survive?" he questioned in a softer tone. "Untie me, then I'll tell you," she hissed, her menacing amber gaze burning into Yannick. "You have some nerve. Then let my secrets remain untold," she jeered, narrowing her eyes. Her lip curled slightly. Yannick scoffed before getting up. He walked over to her leather bag and threw it angrily behind him, out of the woman's reach. He reached down, lifted the end of his robe, and took a sharp dagger from a tight piece of cloth wrapped around his ankle. He kneeled behind the woman and started to cut away at her restraints. She rolled her shoulders and stretched her neck the moment she was free. She stood up briefly, stretching her legs, and before sitting back down with her legs crossed. Yannick kept his eyes locked on her, dagger in hand, before he sat down again. "Thank you," she said, with a slight nod. "I will tell you how I managed to make it out alive from Antilla. But it will not help you, nor will it bring any peace to this situation. It will only quench your curiosity." "A favor for a favor," Yannick said, twisting his knife from the blade's tip. "Very well." The woman dug deep into her mind to try to resurface the day she made it out of Antilla. The memories came flooding back in an instant. "Tonight, a distant star will die. It will explode into blues and pinks and purples," Kira said, bursting with excitement. "And how do you know this?" I said, crossing my arms. Kira had a vivid imagination. We never knew if what she was saying was fact or something she had created in her head. "Next to the North Star last night, I noticed one of the stars getting dimmer and dimmer until it disappeared. It was always there. I had it plotted on my star map. I waited for a long time, but it never came back. This lines up with the legend of Nara," Thomas interrupted. The legend that described Nara Envith witnessing the night sky illuminating in an unfathomable display. The disappearance of a star followed by a cascade of colors, painting the night sky. Thomas leaned against one of the cobblestone walls of a side street in the market square of Antilla. The three teens were hidden in a corner of the square, watching the passers-by. The city was bustling with Antillian traders and foreign folk. Horses with small wooden carts clicked along the uneven cobblestone roads surrounding the square. The stalls were propped up in the center, interested customers weaving their way in and out of them. Bursts of vibrant colors decorated the city from vivid Antillean woven silk to collections of earthy sienna spices from the south. A preacher suddenly emerged from the crowds and took a stand at the city's gathering point next to where we were chatting. He instantly drew the attention of the market-goers. His brown hair was scraggly, and his cheeks wore a crimson flush. His sweaty, cream tunic adhered to his skin and was half stuffed into the top of his black breeches. His chest heaved dramatically as he gasped for air. "We need to make peace with the brethren of Tuiga," he shouted, trying to regain his breath. "They will come, and they will not stop unless we equalize the trade in the north. The rulers of Antilla are setting us up to die. Open your eyes, people. The brethren are coming." The city guards swiftly appeared and hauled the man off the gathering point. A few of his passionate followers preached behind him, throwing their fists in the air in frustration as he was dragged away into the teeming crowds. Quickly, a bard stood up, seizing the unoccupied podium, curating songs of mockery about the preacher. He quickly gained a laughing audience. "Well, do you want to join me on my search tonight?" Kira toothily smiled, oblivious to the scenes around her. Thomas and I exchanged looks. We knew that meant camping on the roof of her steading till early hours of the morning in the freezing cold. "It's a bit chilly, don't you think, Priscilla?" Thomas asked, raising his eyebrows. "Mm-hmm, I agree. Besides, my parents would not appreciate it if I were to fall ill." I get it, Kira grumbled. "But just know that you are missing the chance to watch a legend be reborn. The legend of Kira." Thomas and I rolled our eyes. We spent some time browsing the market stalls for any interesting items we could buy with our measly 5 silver coins. To our avail, we found nothing. Once the vendors began disassembling their stalls, we headed home for dinner. The foreign merchants made their way to their respective inns, weary from the long day. The concealed stars slowly emerged into the darkened sky, and a cold air settled over the city. Merchants drank into the early hours, while children drifted to sleep. Wrapped in woolen blankets, I woke up to the frantic banging of Kira's mother on our front door in the dark of night. "Hurry, hurry, wake up!" she screamed. My dad rushed to the door. My mother's footsteps could be heard running to the kitchen. In the background, I could hear the petrified voice of Kira's mother explaining to my father, "The brethren are coming." Kira saw them crescenting the hills from the south. "We don't have much time. We need to leave before they get here. There are thousands of them." Without a moment's hesitation, my dad came storming into my room. "W, what's happening?" I asked. He grabbed my arm and dragged me off my bed without a word. My mother was waiting at the door with a lantern. In the span of a few minutes, buildings had been set alight, and screams could be heard echoing through the city from the outer walls. We ran through the streets, trying to avoid soldiers and other screaming townsfolk, hoping to make it to the north of the city before the soldiers got there. But it was no use. We were surrounded. "Priscilla, you need to listen to me," my dad said sternly. He kneeled down to face me and placed his hands firmly on my shoulders. "Those carts by the city walls will soon be leaving. You need to climb under one and grab on. Do not let go. Do you hear me? Do not let go. You need to get out of here. We love you so much. We will come find you. Go. Be safe, my dear." Tears spilled down his cheeks, illuminating in the fire's blaze. "Dad, go!" I did what I was told. I ran to a horse and carriage next to one of the burning buildings by the city's outer wall. Before I went under, I looked back, hoping to see my parents to say my final goodbyes. But they had vanished. I climbed under the large carriage and held on to the wooden foundations. I wrapped the top of my feet behind another plank of wood. It only took a minute or so before a couple came running in a panic and climbed into the carriage. "Hurry!" the woman screamed as her partner leaped inside, closing the door behind him. A coachman jumped onto the front of the cart and instantly got the horse in a gallop. The cart moved quickly out of the city, cobblestone streets changing to rough dirt roads. We turned occasionally until we were headed for the south. As we moved further away, the stillness of the cold, airy night echoed the distant, muffled screams escaping from Antilla. Tears slipped down my cheeks, but a cry could not form. I didn't know if I would ever see my family or friends again. My whole world had changed in a heartbeat. My thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the jolt of the cart coming to a stop. I heard the neigh of a distant horse and footsteps approaching the carriage. There was a sudden gurgling as the swish of an arrow flew through the air. There was a splintering of wood, and a sudden force pushed the carriage backwards. The coachman's horse neighed, its nostrils flaring as it pulled against its reins, hooves scraping against the ground. The footsteps neared the cart until I could see the feet of what I could only guess was a soldier. The soldier walked to the carriage door and swung it open. Those inside screamed in fear before the man silenced their petrified cries with a pierce of a sword. The blood in their throats gurgled and spluttered for a few seconds, their bodies jerking and flailing in the carriage before they fell still. My lungs screamed for air. My heart was racing in my chest. The soldier dragged the bodies out of the cart and threw them on the ground with a thump. Their heads bounced off the soil. Two sets of lifeless eyes stared blankly at me from the dirt floor. The woman's gown and the man's tunic were drenched in blood, and they had huge gaping wounds for necks. I felt my palms get sweaty and my grip loosening. "Don't let go, Priscilla. Don't let go," I told myself. I felt a sudden heat and heard a crackle of wood. The carriage had been set alight. I turned my head frantically, trying to find the feet of the murderer. Instead, 4 hooves galloped alongside the carriage and headed in the direction of Antilla. I wanted to wait until I couldn't hear the thunder of hooves anymore before letting go. Instead, the fumes of burning wood engulfed my lungs, and the hiss of flames dancing in the wind deafened the soldier's departure. The fire closed under the carriage. The sweat on my hands was as slippery as oil. My body burned, sweat grabbing onto my hair and the fabric of my clothes. The roaring flames licked off my exposed skin as they surrounded me. It was then I let go. I scurried out from under the carriage, staying low. I looked cautiously around, but saw nothing. I carefully moved away from the cart, pulling myself along the ground with my forearms and pushing myself with my feet. My heart pounded in my chest. I had to keep going. I had to be brave. A forest lay ahead. Through the mud and reeds, I finally made it to where the grass met the tree line. I got up on one knee, attempting to stay low, wiping the sweat from my forehead on my ashy linen shirt. I tried to regain my breath. I looked back at Antilla, the burning carriage collapsing in the corner of my eye. The city was being swallowed by the fire. I could make out hundreds upon thousands of more soldiers marching their way to the stone walls of my city. Their huge war band stretched into the distance, further than the eye could see. A harrowing pain of grief shot through me, each quivering breath a battle against the burning agony in my chest. Before I could process anything, the sound of soldiers on horses re-emerged from my left. Without thinking, I ran. I ran into the forest, never looking back. I had lost everything that day. There has ever been a more notorious massacre than the massacre of Antilla. There were no survivors, except for me. Yanuk shook his head in disbelief. "Are you ready?" he asked. "For what?" Yanuk stood up and outstretched his hand. "To regain the north." Priscilla blinked at him in bewilderment. They did not only steal Antilla. The Brethren banished us nomads from our territories, leaving us stateless in the south. They are trying to rule over all the sacred lands. We shall not let that happen. We are going to fight. We will take back what is rightfully ours. Are you in? Priscilla hesitated for a moment. The bottled anger boiled her blood. A fiery passion burst in the pit of her stomach, longing to gain revenge for her friends, her family, her home. She looked up at Yanuk, eyes burning with an igniting amber. Priscilla nodded and took Yanuk's hand. she was ready to fight. The above story has ended. Let's listen to the next story. Broken Statements. I've said too much. It's time for you to go. Detective Foster sneaked a weary glance at her partner, Detective Daniels, before casting a stern expression to the woman they questioned. You haven't said much at all, the detective countered. The living room grew warmer by the minute as the blazing sun rose higher into the sky. It had to be noon by now, and their small town was in the middle of a heat wave. Crime was in short supply, thankfully, and these days, most of the calls they received were from the elderly asking for help to set up their air conditioners. This woman did not have any cool air circulating her home. Her windows were open, letting the stiff, warm air sit like an unwelcome guest. The woman crossed her arms, twisting her head abruptly away from the officers. I can't say much more than I already told you. You're asking too many questions. Foster snapped her notepad shut, fighting the urge to roll her eyes. She turned her back on them to roam the living space. As she walked further away, she heard Daniels scoff. We're asking questions to help you, and I've already told you my answers to those questions. Barely, the woman gasped. I don't like your attitude. Foster made her way into the kitchen as the bickering voices died down in the distance. Not that it was a large house, but she was more focused on looking around while the homeowner was distracted. Normally, she didn't condone her partner arguing with the victim, but sometimes it came in handy as a nice diversion. Earlier that day, the department had received a call from the neighbor claiming she heard breaking glass and then shouting. While on the phone, she noted the shouting had died down and all was quiet. Still, the woman's nerves were shaken and begged for someone to come over and check it out. First, the detectives visited the neighbor, but they didn't get any new information out of her. She was too afraid to even open the door for the officers. She had spoken to them through a crack in a window, motioning to the house next door. Foster made her way to the house first, while Daniels stayed behind to calm the poor lady down some. Foster had to knock on the door twice before the homeowner finally answered. Her name was Marianne Jules, and Foster guessed her to be in her mid to late 40s. She wore silk blouses, black dress pants, and was almost always in 3-inch heels when out around town. A string of pearls dressed her skinny neck that she always fiddled with. There was no wedding band on her finger, and as far as Foster was concerned, the woman didn't have any close family, nor did she know anyone in town before arriving. She lived alone and had recently moved here within the past 6 months. Marianne didn't make much of an effort to get to know the townspeople, and not everyone was eager to welcome her, Foster included. She remained polite, of course, but she was skeptical of visitors, especially visitors who stayed. Foster grew up in Willow's Landing, and over time, she realized one thing everyone here had in common. every individual who made up the population here was born and raised in this small town. Sure, the occasional tourist came through, but no one ever moved to Willow's Landing, nor did anyone born here ever move out. When Marianne had finally answered the door, she was less than pleasant to see an officer standing on her front porch. She remained standoffish, but gave the detectives enough information for them to figure out the glass shattering the neighbor had heard was a window breaking. Marianne admitted someone broke into her house, which was enough for them to enter the premises, but they couldn't get any more information out of her. Marianne acted scared, but beat around the bush when asked why she didn't call the authorities herself. First, she thought it was her imagination. Then, she changed her tune and claimed she wanted to check it out herself. Apparently, she has a cat hiding around the house somewhere, and suggested that maybe the feline had knocked over a vase. According to Marianne, it took her a while to discover the window because a 2-story condo is a lot of square footage to cover. It was tough for both detectives to remain impartial as they questioned her, but that was all they needed, for her to admit a window broke. How did the window break? Daniels had asked. Which window was it? Mind if we check it out? Foster had questioned. That was when Marianne stopped playing with the pearls on her neck and pressed the back of her hand to her forehead as though she were ready to faint. Claiming she had said too much, Foster sauntered through the kitchen, taking in the surroundings. It was pristine, almost as if Marianne had never used it before. Yet, a knife was missing from the butcher block on the counter by the sink. The dishwasher was open a crack, so maybe Marianne did cook and was simply a neat freak. Regardless, the detective made a mental note of the missing knife. Too obvious? Maybe, but Foster didn't have a good feeling about this woman. The window above the sink was still in one piece, which was the main reason Foster looked around the place, determined to find this broken window. She rounded the island in the middle of the room and exited through the back. It led to a hallway. To her left was a bedroom, and in front of her was a bathroom. The detective peered into both rooms, but the windows were still intact. She made her way down the hall, the voices of her partner and Marianne growing louder. They still argued, as Daniels tried to get more information out of the supposed victim. But Marianne had none of it. She kept scoffing in response, without using her words. Marianne acted like a child, and, as Foster re-entered the living room, she could see the impatience and swelling frustration written all over her partner's face. She was on the other side of the living room now, behind Marianne, who didn't seem to notice the detective's return. Or maybe she didn't notice the absence beforehand. In no attempt to relieve her partner, Foster locked eyes with her him. She gave a curt nod while pointing up. Daniels didn't answer, but turned his attention back to Marianne instead. Foster walked up the stairs to see what she could find on the second floor. At the top of the landing, Foster faced the second bathroom. It was clean, the window unbroken. To the right was another room that looked to be an office or study area. Like the rest of the house, it looked untouched. The window was open, but not broken. A tuxedo cat sunbathed on the windowsill. So the cat was real, after all. Foster turned around, the stairs to her left now. She could hear her partner spouting off something to Marianne, but she couldn't make out the words. It was only a matter of time before Marianne kicked them out, so Foster had to act fast. There was one room left in the house, straight down the hall. If there was no broken window in there, she didn't know what they were doing here. Quickening her pace, the detective poked her head into the room at the end of the hall, which looked like the primary bedroom, judging by the queen-sized bed. Bingo! The window above the vanity was shattered to bits. Foster stepped into the room, noticing a messy trail of glass from the window to the other side of the room. Halfway through the trail, the glass on the floor mixed with red spots on the beige carpet. The detective stepped to the left, following the trail, before huffing out an exasperated sigh. On the other side of the bed, invisible from the doorway, lay the body of a man. Instinctively, Foster crouched beside the body, pressing her fingers against his neck. No pulse. She figured as much. She studied the body briefly. The deceased lay on his stomach, arms laying above his head, as though he had tried to break his fall. His legs stretched out behind him, as though he fell to his knees first. Foster grunted as she recognized the kitchen's missing knife from the butcher block sticking out of his back. From the cuts in his shirt, it looked like he had been stabbed at least twice, and clearly didn't see his attacker coming. A pool of blood, still damp, surrounded the body. He likely bled out rather than the stab killing him. Foster stood, staring down at the body. Marianne didn't live with anyone, and with the window shattered, this man must have been the culprit. It was easy to assume Marianne defended herself and stopped the intruder before stealing anything, though she couldn't yet speak those accusations aloud, as it was all speculation. Foster looked forward, noticing a pair of doors. Whatever he was after must have been inside the bedroom closet, unless he heard Marianne coming up the stairs and tried to hide. Without being able to make out the words, Foster heard Marianne's voice raise. It seemed time was up. Before heading back downstairs, the detective made a quick call for backup and forensics. The house was now a crime scene, and the detectives would gladly leave the home for now. But little did Marianne know she was going with them. Foster sauntered down the stairs as she wrote notes in her notepad. About halfway down, she heard Marianne's sharp tone. "What were you doing upstairs? Who gave you permission to go upstairs?" "You did," Foster replied. "We came over to check out a possible break-in, and you let us inside. I checked things out, and, yep, You've got a broken window. Marianne swallowed a lump in her throat. She stomped over to the front door, opening it wide. Out. After you, Foster responded. She walked over to the door, motioning for Marianne to lead the way with a smile. The house is a crime scene now, so we'll need to vacate the premises until forensics gets here. A squeak escaped Marianne's lips, but she didn't move. Foster held out a hand. Shall we walk out together? Marianne glared at the officer, clutching her pearls. I can walk myself. Thank you very much. She snubbed the detective by throwing her nose in the air as she strutted onto the porch and down the front steps, as though it was her idea to exit. Daniels leaned closer to his partner as the two stepped outside, closing the front door. I'm confused. The broken window was in the master bedroom, along with the body of a man with a knife sticking out of his back. When walking through the kitchen, I noticed the butcher block missed a knife, Foster explained in hushed tones. Daniels exhaled, putting his hands on his hips. A homicide? We haven't seen one of those in, what, a decade? Something like that. And to think one of our residents was a trespasser. Who died? Foster watched Marianne, who paced her front yard, one hand fiddling with her pearls, and the other by her mouth as she bit her fingernails. Subtle. That's the concerning bit, she answered. More concerning than our newest resident possibly being a murderer? I didn't recognize the body. Daniels let his arms fall against his sides. That's not possible. We keep track of who enters town, even tourists. No one's entered Willow's Landing since Marianne arrived 6 months ago. Foster shrugged her shoulders. I said it was concerning. Daniels threw his head back, groaning. So, we have a new resident who keeps to herself, and a stranger new to town who breaks into her house and she murders him in return. Technically, we can't say she was the one who murdered him. It's definitely likely, of course, but we need to do some investigating first. It's still enough to hold her for questioning. Daniels smirked. Foster chuckled. This is true. She can't run away or avoid our questions anymore now, can she? They heard sirens in the distance, getting louder as backup arrived. The detectives noticed Marianne freeze in her tracks, looking off into the distance. Before she could make a break for it, the partners sandwiched her. Are you aware there's a dead body in your bedroom? Foster questioned. Marianne gasped. Excuse me? So, you didn't see anyone in your room? Daniels added. Marianne twisted her head to face him. She glared at him. Of course not. Are you aware the broken window was in the main bedroom? Foster continued. Marianne turned her head back around to face her. Well, yeah. I went to check it out, remember? I thought the cat broke something. You saw the window, but didn't see the body? Daniels pressed. Marianne breathed heavily, looking back and forth between the two. Finally, she threw her hands up, narrowing her eyes at the ground. I don't know what you think you're trying to do, but it won't work on me. A couple police cruisers pulled up to the house. Neighbors started peering out from behind their curtains, some sitting on their front porches. One man, not even trying to be subtle, started dusting his swing porch while making heavy eye contact with the police arriving. "Are you aware there's a knife missing from your kitchen?" Foster proceeded anyway. Marianne stomped her foot, covered ears, and squeezed her eyes shut. The detectives rolled their eyes at one another. Daniels took this as an opportunity to step away to get the rest of the team up to speed. "I refuse to be interrogated like this. You came by without my calling you for help. You searched my house without a warrant. Now you're treating me like some sort of criminal." Foster folded her arms, shrugging nonchalantly. "Fine. Forget the body. The fact remains that someone broke into your house, and now they're dead. Were you expecting anyone today?" Marianne relaxed her shoulders, staring quizzically at the detective. "No. Was someone staying with you at your house?" "No. Have you spoken to anyone recently about something special you keep in your house? Do you know why anyone would want to break in?" Marianne shrugged, shaking her head. She played with her necklace again, deep in thought. "No, I've never even seen him before." Foster sighed, pulling out her handcuffs. "What are you doing?" Marianne took a step back in horror. "Seen who?" Foster pressed, holding on to the cuffs. Marianne hesitated, but pointed to her house. With a condescending attitude, she said, "The supposed body you claim to be in my house?" Matching her tone, Foster replied, "We never said the body was a man." Marianne froze, pressing her lips together. "Put your hands behind your back," Foster said. Marianne did as she was told, too shocked to disobey. She listened as Foster read her rights, too stunned to speak. As soon as Foster completed the speech, Marianne opened her mouth to protest. But the detective stopped her as she led her to a squad car. "Don't speak," she ordered. "You've said too much already." The next story will begin now. The Children of the Forsaken. The villagers called them Children of the Forsaken, those shunned to the Bear Claw Mountains, exiled from society. But the children called themselves the Watchers, for their view of the villages nestled in the valley below, and to their parents, they were merely Raya Navarium, Lilith Skyden, and Quill Weston. "Who in the Risen's name takes the forest path to Bearclaw?" asks Quill, features twisting as a gentle frown and harsh laugh compete for dominance, like wolves fighting over a kill. Lilith gives him the scolding look of a mother. "Don't say that. Mother says it's a bad word. I heard that the Risen will come take your voice at night if you forget to say your prayers." Though the Risen, fallen dead brought to life by the god of death, VOL.5, were more myth to faithless villagers than a poor, disease-ridden harvest. Amongst the Forsaken, the ancient gods were sacred. Quill gives an assertive nod to Raya. "You were brought to the Forsaken as a child. What do you think? Are we going to make another friend?" Raya's features may as well have been carved from stone, like the statues of the Risen in the underground temple below their feet. Her eyes are cast on the singularity in the distance, the cloaked figures cutting through the path against a blur of wind and snow, with the relentless endurance of a river's current. Raya was only a child when she was sent to the Forsaken. But as she grew, her past came back in fragments, like the shards of a broken clay bowl she'd accidentally dropped onto her foot trying to reach the table earlier this morning. Sometimes Raya prayed to Voltairam at night for the empty contentment of forgetting, to let her past die like all things in this world. But watching the figures, she supposed that there was a certain strength to remembering and enduring that was a part of living. I remember that the nun who heard me singing and saw me floating screamed and threw a book at me. I remember crying because I was confused more than hurt. Her face falls to her woolen boots covered in snow. I remember the thin cotton blanket that I shivered through all the way up to the mountains. I don't remember my father very much, except for the fact that he lived in a very big house and never seemed to be there. Quill squints through the haze, trying to see through the chaos of the storm. I don't see a child with them. Raya climbs atop a boulder with practiced movements, testing the heel of her boots against the stone for ice patches, and peers over the edge. I think you're right. Quill crosses his arms with false bravado. Of course I am. They're coming for us, but not for the reason we think. Raya turns to each of them and asks them the same question. How old are you? Quill is 10 years old. Lilith turns 8 next week. Raya is the oldest of them, almost 11. One of them wears the white robes of a priest. They were sent to cut our throats and take our voices too. Raya abandons her perch, staggering backwards. We're not even 16. Must have been a terrible harvest. Quill starts, before cut off by an elbow blow to his side. Lilith's voice trembles, and Raya tells herself that it is Lilith's teeth chattering from the cold, while Quill merely rubs the edges of his bony ribs. I need to tell Mother. She'll know what to do. Word of the priest's arrival and rumors about another nulling ceremony to take the voices of the children spread through the small town of Bearclaw faster than an avalanche. The children are kept safely behind locked doors and shuttered windows, while townspeople brandish an assortment makeshift weapons: knives, pickaxes, woodcutters' axes, shovels, old potions, and spell books. By the time the travelers arrive, the townspeople are ready and waiting. The children have been instructed to stay inside, stay away from the windows and door. But the coziness of the fireplace is almost stifling compared to the tenuous, cold, bitten air. Lilith turns away from the window, her eyes damp with tears. A few moments ago, her mother had forced her to look her in the eyes and wrote that if she could not be strong for herself, she must be strong for others. Her father, who mostly grunted in response to anything she said, hugged her, and wrote that he loved her. Only now, Lilith started to realize that she would need to be strong for her people if her mother wasn't there to lead them. Huddled in the corner, hugging her knees against her chest, Raya tries to press her body flat against the wall to steady her trembling frame. Her mother wrote mutterings about the trouble that youth these days seem to find. Then she had stuffed firelight potions in the bag across her chest, wrapped another coat around her shoulders, and strung an amulet around her neck. Raya rubbed the markings on the rabbit bone, hoping there would be enough magic in the amulet to protect both of them. Meanwhile, Quill fights the urge to sneeze, itchiness crawling up his throat, threatening to explode. Earlier that evening, his father had taken out a gleaming, enchanted sword from a cabinet and donned the knight's armor that he'd stolen off a rotting corpse in a cave. When his father gave Quill the dagger that he used for skinning game, he wrote for Quill to protect the girls. At first, Quill wanted to point out that Lilith had been practicing her blood song, and Raya was a gifted illusionist. But taking in the hard lines of his father's saw, cast against harsh torchlight, Quill understood. His father also expected him to protect himself, prove himself. We're no priests, and we mean you no harm. The woman's weary steps sink into the snow, too loud and soft, at the same time like the toll of church bells, carried by the flurries of wind. Lilith's mother uses a pierce of charcoal to write on an empty page of her spellbook. Raya flinches at the groaning wooden beams of the cabin as the wind rattles the bolted shutters. Lilith inhales a deep, shaky breath, and Quill stifles his sneeze. I apologize for our deception. Only priests or knights are allowed to travel to the mountains. Tugging down the pristine pale cowl of his cloak, the man takes a step closer. We came here to warn you that your children are in danger. Are they well? Quill's father aims the tip of sword against the man's throat. The crowd gathered in front of the gates stands unwilling, unyielding against the wind. They lurk like a massive shadow, looming over the two strangers as the sun dips below the horizon. They want to take your children's ability to speak. As if sensing their prying eyes, watching from the window, the woman turns to the them, tugging at the man's cloak. Can we see the children? Please? Lilith's mother gestures towards Quill's father. With a heavy sigh, he drops the sword to his armored side. Raya's mother walks towards the door. All three of the children duck their heads down below the window, as if caught stealing maple sweets from the table, and glance at anywhere but each other in guilty silence. None of them flinch when there's a gentle knock against the door, as they follow Raya's mother in stunned, uncertain silence. The fickle, unruly wind seems to whisper in their place. Lilith tugs her thick cloak closer around her shoulders and straightens her shoulders to seem older than she is. Raya keeps her head lowered, focused on chasing her mother's shadow in a game of tag she's been playing since she was born. Quill trudges along, wearing his father's boots that are a few sizes too large for him. Kneeling on the snow, the woman flicks back her cowl. Her eyes are focused with concern. They said you were young, but they failed to mention you weren't old enough to bleed. Her gaze softens as she glances at Lilith. I have a daughter, Pyrrha. You remind me of her. The man turns to Quill. Do you know why we are here? Lilith glances at Quill, who in turn glances at Raya, their eyes locked in contest. A contest that Raya lost. Yes, she says, forcing the truth out of her mouth, harsh as the burning cold. A few hours ago, the priests sent knights to your village. They will arrive soon. We are offering to bring you to a safe place for a while. The woman meets Lilith's mother's gaze with deference. If your parents will allow us, Lilith's mother writes, we can protect our own. Why should we trust the kindness of a villager? Then Raya's mother follows. How do we know they will be safe with you? Quill's father hesitates before adding, where will you take them? When will we be able to see them again? The rest of the crowd lift their spellbooks in the air, messages scrawled in crooked, furious strokes that reminded Raya of the warning signs written with animal blood and placed before the forest path. You take our voices, our magic, and now you want our children? Leave. You are not welcome here. Lilith tugs on her mother's tunic sleeve, insistent, like a furry blood moon moth drawn to a candle. They're only trying to help. That's what the priests say, replies Quill, with an annoyed scoff. Rhea closes her eyes, trying to put up a mental fortress around her mind, blocking out the argument. She still remembered the long, tortuous walk from the church orphanage as she left the village. A man smelling faintly of bread spat on her feet. Someone wearing a silk dress called her a sorcerer, slut. When she tripped and fell on her feet, a rosy-cheeked child took the opportunity to throw rotten fruit at her back. Despite having a priest for company, Raya knew that she was alone. But when she opens her eyes again, the memory of the villagers fade, and all Raya sees are two people who ventured through the cold wilderness to protect 3 children they'd never met from knights. Standing alone, Raya addresses the crowd. I think that they've come all this way. We should at least hear what they have to say. My wife, Vea, has a sister that lives in a cottage on the other side of the sea in Whaley's Fair. Your children would be staying there. You could come visit whenever you wished, so long as you were not followed by knights. The man takes a step away from the crowd, giving them some privacy. Whatever your choice may be, we will understand. His eyes turn far more distant than the few paces between them. We know the loss of being separated from a child, as heated conversations fade to concerned murmurs, leaving torn messages from spell books crumpled and discarded in the snow. The parents turn to their children. One last message. It is your choice. Raya, Lilith, and Quill glance at each other, silently coming to an agreement. We'll go. The villagers called them children of the Forsaken, those exiled from society and their home in the Bear Claw Mountains. But the children called themselves the Watchers for their view of what others sometimes fail to see. To those who knew them, they were merely Raya Navarium, Lilith Skyden, and Quill Weston, the children who defied the silence of death like the Risen. We think it's over, but in fact, it's just begun. The next story will thrill you in a completely different way. The Weight of Secrets. The bar was a typical rough 1970s bar on the docks of London. It was a dark bar, cigarette smoke and stale beer in the air. A neon sign buzzed at the top of the room, casting an almost ghostly red light on the scene. It was a type of bar where secrets were told, debts were paid. A type of bar where men like Marcus knew not to linger. But tonight, he had no other options. He was seated in the last booth, facing the wall, a glass of whiskey half empty in front of him. The ice long melted, the drink as watered down as his nerves. His fingers tapped nervously against the table, and his eyes flicked to the door every few minutes. She was late. Of course she was. Claire had never done anything on time. It was a power move, a thing she had mastered when they were just kids pulling jobs together before the messy world got messier, before trust became a precious commodity neither could afford. When she actually did walk into the room, it shrunk around her. She wasn't loud, she wasn't flashy, but she had an energy that turned heads. She moved like she knew things other people didn't, like she could see the strings behind the curtain, the mechanism, and knew exactly how to pull them. She spotted him immediately, sliding into the booth across from him, a cocky little smile on her face. "I didn't actually think you'd come," Marcus muttered, taking a slow sip of his glass. Claire reclined in a cross-legged position. "You called. I was curious." That was what you could say about Claire. She didn't waste words. It was as if every sentence was measured, weighed, and heavy. Marcus rubbed his jaw, suddenly unsure how to begin. He had rehearsed this conversation 1,000 times in his head, tortured himself with each word. But now, suddenly, all that preparation unraveled as he looked at her. "You don't belong here," he replied instead. Claire raised an eyebrow. "And yet, here I am." She motioned to his drink. "You gonna tell me why you called me out of the blue? Or are we just reminiscing?" Marcus exhaled slowly. He glanced around the bar. Nobody was watching, but that didn't mean there weren't watchers. Risked a trip out here was what he'd done. Hell, Even whispering Claire's name when he did what he did was a risk. But he needed a trusted person to help. Or at least not rip his head off on sight. "We got a problem. I found something," he said. About the shipment. Claire's expression did not budge, nor her posture. Here she was, now listening. Really listening. "Go on," she said. Marcus hesitated. This was the moment. The point of no return. He could always backpedal, feign some excuse, play like this was whatever. But he didn't. "The shipment is not what they say it is," he said in a low voice. "It's not weapons." Claire tilted her head slightly. "Then what is it?" Marcus swallowed. His heart was in his throat. He had already said too much. "It's not good, Claire," he had the breath to say. "Worse than anything we've ever had before." She bent forward with her elbows on the table. "Marcus," her voice a silky, low drawl, steady but brittle, she said, "What's in the shipment?" His mouth felt dry. He glanced back at the barkeep, at the old guy behind the counter with a beer, a couple huddled away in the back. That one could be eavesdropping on us. "I can't," he said finally. "I've said too much." Claire sighed. "You do this every time." "Look at you," she said, shaking her head. "You first attach, and then in the next breath, you detach without explanation. If you tell me nothing, you explain to me what the hell's going on here, or you waste my time." Marcus clenched his jaw. "I'm only trying to keep you alive." Claire eyed him up and down, piercing him with her gaze. "And who says I need saving? You don't understand," Marcus said, stepping closer. He dropped his voice to a whisper. "This isn't just a job, Claire. This is something else. Something bigger." She didn't blink. "Then explain it to me." He hesitated again. And that's when he saw it. A man in the bar, observing them from below the brim of a dark hat. He wasn't drinking. He wasn't talking. "He's literally just sitting there waiting for us," he said. Marcus's stomach dropped. They weren't alone. He reclined in his seat, trying to remain calm. He drained the remainder of his whiskey, then resolutely put the glass up on the table. "We're leaving," he said, almost to himself. Claire didn't argue. She just looked back and spotted the gentleman, and nodded. She was up and moving before he was, gliding like a shadow while he scurried toward the door. The cool night air hit them like a slap as soon as they were outside. The streets were vacant, the city throbbing with the sort of silence that can only descend when there's danger close at hand. "Well, talk," Claire said, as soon as they were out of his sight. Marcus was running a hand through his hair. Thinking. "I should not have called you," he admitted. Claire grabbed his arm, halting him. "Marcus." He was looking at her, truly looking at her, seeing something he hadn't allowed himself to see until now. This was more than just another job for her. It wasn't just any payday. She wanted answers, and she wasn't going to let him off the hook without having him give them to her. Marcus exhaled. The shipment, he said. It's not weapons, it's people. Claire's mask broke for the first time. What? They are actually smuggling people, Claire. And not just any people. He lowered his voice. They're selling them, like cargo. Silence. Then, who? You know the answer to that already. Claire stared at him. You're sure? Marcus nodded. She fell quiet for a long beat. Then, at last, she took a long breath out. Shit, she muttered. Marcus nodded again. Yeah, she shook her head, ran a hand through her hair. This is bad, Marcus. This is a real shit show. I know. Claire raised her head to look at him, a sharp, calculating look in her eyes. What's your plan? He hesitated. He hadn't gotten that far, but Claire had always been faster than him. I'm able. She straightened up. First thing we do is we disappear, you and me. Because if they know, you are dead already. Marcus swallowed. And then what? A smile broke across her face, an old flame bursting into life in her eyes. And then we burn them down, and at that moment, Marcus knew it was too late to go back. He had said too much, but perhaps, just perhaps, it was what needed to be said. The above story ends, but never stops. Here is another story that will not disappoint you. In the silence of ashes. Jacob's fingers trembled against the dented tin cup, water sloshing perilously close to the rim. The November air carved his lungs raw, bitter with smoke from chimneys that transformed flesh to ash. His worn shoes navigated the mud between barracks, sidestepping puddles that mirrored a colorless sky. At 13, Jacob had perfected invisibility. 3 years of silence, not by choice, but necessity after witnessing his father's execution, had rendered him a ghost among the living dead that shuffled through the camp. While other boys his age had been selected for immediate disposal, Jacob's muteness had ironically preserved him. The guards found utility in a servant who could never repeat their secrets, who existed in the peripheral shadows of their consciousness. The SS officers spoke freely in his presence. Plans whispered, transports scheduled, executions ordered, all captured in the flawless vault of Jacob's mind, where every detail existed in perfect recall, a gift that had once earned him praise from teachers in another lifetime, before yellow stars and cattle cars. Obersturmführer Kruger waited in his usual spot, a folding chair positioned in the sliver of shade beside Barracks 7. Jacob knew the man's habits with precision. The hat removal, 17 minutes into his shift. The triple tap of his boot before sitting. The heavy eyes, exactly 40 minutes after lunch. Schneller, Junge! Kruger barked, gesturing impatiently as Jacob approached. Jacob quickened his pace, keeping his eyes fixed on the shallow pool of water in the cup. One did not look directly at the gods of this underworld, the men who decided, with casual flicks of their fingers, who would breathe another day and who would feed the insatiable furnaces. Kruger snatched the cup, gulping noisily. Water escaped his lips, tracking through the dust on his chin. Jacob stood motionless, hands clasped before him, awaiting dismissal or further orders. The guard's eyes were bloodshot, the whites yellowed like old paper. Night duty in the processing center, Jacob surmised. New transports had arrived yesterday, which always meant sleepless shifts for the guards. "Wait," Kruger muttered, settling deeper into his chair. "I might want more." Jacob nodded once, the barest acknowledgement of the command. He knew stillness, as others knew prayer. A ritual of survival, practiced until it became reflex. The camp existed in constant motion, guards shouting, prisoners shuffling, machine guns occasionally stuttering their terrible poetry of death. To be still was to disappear. Minutes stretched. Kruger's head gradually lolled forward, his breathing deepening. The cup tilted dangerously in his loosening grip. Jacob watched through lowered lashes as the guard surrendered to sleep. The keys hanging from Kruger's belt caught the weak sunlight, transforming ordinary metal into something mythic. Freedom incarnate. Jacob's pulse accelerated, blood rushing in his ears like distant artillery. No guard ever slept on duty. The punishment was severe. Perhaps not death, but certainly disgrace. This aberration might never repeat itself. A singular crack in the impenetrable wall of captivity. Jacob's mind calculated with the precision of mathematics. 4 minutes until the patrol passed the northern fence. 7 minutes until roll call at the women's barracks would divert attention eastward. The electric generator hummed 60 meters to the west, powering the final barrier between imprisonment and possibility. His fingers, trained by years of obedience, trembled with rebellion as they reached toward the key ring. A lifetime compressed into a single breath as metal brushed against metal with the whisper of butterfly wings. The ring slid free. Jacob backed away silently, the keys clutched against his chest like a talisman. The dormant power they represented sent electric currents through his body, awakening nerves long numbed by survival. For the first time in 3 years, a ghost became solid. A shadow contemplated substance. A boy allowed himself to remember the concept of hope. The keys felt impossibly heavy in Jacob's pocket as he slipped between the skeletal shadows of barracks. His mind projected every detail of the camp upon the canvas of his consciousness. A perfect map etched by thousands of forced errands. There, the blind spot behind the infirmary, where guards rarely patrolled. Here, the drainage ditch that ran beneath the eastern fence, partially obscured by withered weeds. Each movement demanded precision, as afternoon shadows stretched across the packed earth. Jacob became one with them. Another darkness, moving among darkness, his emaciated form barely disturbing the air. The camp's architecture revealed itself differently now. What had been a prison became a puzzle box, and Jacob held the solution in his trembling hand. 327 steps to the generator shed, a left turn at the kitchens, skirt the infirmary, avoid the dogs kenneled near the northern guard tower. Gunther, the shepherd with the white spot on his muzzle, raised his head as Jacob passed downwind. The animal's ears pricked forward, nostrils flaring. Jacob froze, becoming stone. The dog's amber eyes held his for an eternal moment before dismissing him. Just another walking skeleton, carrying neither food nor threat. Jacob released the breath he'd been holding and continued his careful trajectory toward freedom. The world had shrunk to immediate sensations. Ribs against lungs, the metallic taste of fear, fabric against skin. Nothing existed beyond this moment of movement, this singular pursuit of escape. A sudden commotion erupted near the eastern fence. Jacob pressed himself against Barracks 12, becoming one with its weathered planks as two guards rushed past. Not for him, not yet. The keys remained undiscovered. As the guards disappeared, Jacob continued his journey through the camp's service areas, places where a silent child became as invisible as dust motes in sunlight. He reached the narrow passage between buildings where mud gave way to gravel, treacherous ground that might announce his presence. Jacob moved with the deliberate care of a tightrope walker. Testing each step, a soft sound stopped him. A whimper, barely audible, drifting from beneath the elevated supply depot. Jacob hesitated, freedom calling from just beyond. The sensible choice was clear. Continue, escape, survive. Yet he found himself crouching, peering into the darkness beneath the structure. 5 pairs of eyes reflected the meager light. Children, younger than himself, huddled together like rabbits in a warren. Their gaunt faces registered shock at his discovery. One boy raised a finger to cracked lips, pleading for silence that Jacob had mastered years ago. They had escaped a selection. That much was obvious. Children deemed too small for work were immediate candidates for the chambers. These 5 had somehow slipped away, hiding in this temporary sanctuary, while death searched elsewhere. Jacob knew their fate was sealed. The hiding place would be discovered within hours. The dogs would find them, or hunger would drive them into the open. Their brief rebellion against inevitability would end as all rebellions did in this place, with smoke rising from chimneys. His hand closed around the keys in his pocket. One boy, for certain, could navigate the camp's dangers. 5 children multiplied the risk exponentially. Mathematics again. Probability, chance, the cold equations of survival. The smallest child, a girl with eyes too large for her hollowed face, extended one skeletal hand toward him, not begging, not pleading, offering connection, humanity. Something the camp had systematically stripped away layer by layer until only animal survival remained. Jacob's memory flashed to his father's final words before the guards beat him silent. Remember who you are. He made his decision with quick, efficient gestures. Jacob motioned for them to follow. The children untangled themselves from their hiding place, emerging like shadows gaining substance. Their movements were clumsy with fear and weakness, but their eyes held absolute focus on Jacob, their unexpected savior, their silent Moses. The smallest girl slipped her hand into his. Her palm was fever hot against his cold fingers. The contact sent electricity through Jacob's arm, awakening something long dormant. Responsibility, connection, purpose beyond mere survival. Together, they became a small constellation of desperate stars, moving through the gathering twilight toward the generator shed and the possibility of freedom beyond. The generator shed vibrated at the camp's edge. Its drone masked 6 pairs of feet, navigating between the fences as Jacob led with a cartographer's confidence. Evening patrol would begin in 17 minutes. Searchlights would sweep the eastern perimeter in 12. The rhythm of the camp's security beat within Jacob's consciousness, like a second heartbeat. The smallest girl, her name yet unspoken between them, clung to his hand with surprising strength. Behind them, the other children followed in a chain of desperate hope, each grasping the clothing of the one ahead. Their collective breath formed ghostly plumes in the November air, spectral evidence of lives not yet extinguished. Jacob reached the generator shed's rusted door. 3 keys tried, 3 keys rejected, before the 4th slid home. The lock surrendered with a reluctant click that seemed thunderous in his heightened awareness. He ushered the children inside, pulling the door closed behind them. Darkness enveloped them, broken only by the red glow of indicator lights. The smell of oil and metal replaced the camp's perpetual stench of suffering. The generator's pulse vibrated through the concrete floor into their bones. Jacob's memory reconstructed the shed's interior with perfect clarity. He had been brought here once to clean grease spills, one of countless menial tasks assigned to the camp's silent shadow. His fingers traced metal casings and wire housing until he found what he sought, the main control panel. Behind him, the children huddled together for warmth and courage. The oldest boy, perhaps 10, whispered something in Polish that Jacob couldn't understand. The words dissolved into the mechanical growl surrounding them. Language had become irrelevant. Only action mattered now. Through the shed's single grimy window, Jacob watched lights flicker on across the camp as day surrendered to evening. Searchlights awakened, their harsh beams cutting white arcs through gathering darkness. Guards emerged from barracks, rifles slung across shoulders. Somewhere, Obersturmführer Kruger would be awakening to the realization of his catastrophic error. Jacob's hands hovered over the generator's controls. His perfect memory recalled every wire, every connection observed during his brief exposure to the machine's inner workings. Disabling it would plunge the camp into darkness and deactivate the electrified fence. But the backup systems would engage within minutes. Their window for escape would be measured in heartbeats. A distant alarm shattered the twilight, a shrill mechanical scream that announced discovery. Whether Kruger's missing keys or the children's absence had triggered it remained unknown. The distinction was academic. The hunt had begun. The smallest girl pressed herself against Jacob's side, her body trembling like a captured bird. He placed a reassuring hand on her head, then turned his attention back to the generator. Its massive form contained both their imprisonment and their salvation. Jacob seized a wrench from a nearby workbench and wedged it between critical gears. With calculated force, he twisted until metal screamed against metal. Sparks erupted in blue-white constellations, reflected in the wide eyes of the watching children. The generator's rhythm faltered, coughed, then disintegrated into mechanical death throes. Lights across the camp flickered, dimmed, and died. Darkness descended like a blessing, punctuated only by the crimson pulse of emergency lights and the distant, frantic beams of guards' flashlights. Jacob yanked the shed door open. Freedom waited in the gathering night, separated from them by a single fence now rendered harmless. He gestured urgently to the children, pointing toward the eastern boundary, where forest began 200 meters beyond the perimeter. Dogs barked in the distance, savage, hungry sounds that accelerated their terror into action. The children poured from the shed like water finding its level, Jacob bringing up the rear. The smallest girl's hand remained locked in his as they navigated by instinct and starlight toward the fence. With his free hand, Jacob tested the metal mesh. No electricity hummed beneath his fingertips. The backup generators had not yet engaged. He boosted the smallest children over first, their bird-like bodies barely disturbing the wire. The older ones climbed with desperate strength, tumbling to freedom on the other side. As searchlights swept closer and dogs barking intensified, Jacob hoisted himself upward, muscles straining against the weight of exhaustion and malnutrition. Barbed wire tore through his threadbare clothing, carving shallow furrows into his flesh. Pain registered as distant information, irrelevant to the imperative of movement. He dropped to the ground beyond the fence, landing beside the waiting children. The absent hum of electricity had been replaced by shouts and whistles, the camp awakening to their rebellion. Jacob pointed toward the dark line of trees in the distance. "Run," he mouthed silently, the word forming on lips that had forgotten speech. Together, they fled across open ground, 6 shadows merging with the greater darkness. Behind them, flashlight beams swept the area around the disabled generator. Ahead, the forest promised concealment, if not safety. The space between represented the most dangerous passage of their lives, exposed, vulnerable, illuminated by nothing but faith and starlight. The forest swallowed them whole. Pine needles cushioned their footfalls as the scent of resin replaced the camp's miasma with air that tasted of possibility. Jacob led them deeper into the wilderness, away from searchlights that strafed the forest edge like mechanical predators. Behind them, the camp's alarms continued their frantic cry, a sound that diminished with each step, but remained embedded in their consciousness like a splinter beneath skin. The smallest girl stumbled, her strength finally failing. Jacob caught her before she fell, lifting her slight weight into his arms. She weighed no more than autumn leaves, her bones fragile as a bird's, beneath his hands. Her head came to rest against his shoulder, absolute trust in the gesture. They continued for what might have been hours or minutes. Time had dissolved into meaningless abstraction. Distance alone mattered now. Every meter gained was a victory against death. The other children followed Jacob without question, their faith in his silent guidance absolute. A stream appeared, silver in the moonlight. Jacob gestured for them to drink. The water tasted of stone and stars, reviving something beyond their physical bodies. Perhaps hope, perhaps humanity. The oldest boy spoke, his voice a rusty hinge breaking the forest's solemn quiet. Müssen wir weitergehen? Must we go further? Jacob nodded, pointing deeper into the forest. The danger had not passed. Dogs could track them for kilometers. Morning would bring planes, searchers, consequences. The Reich did not surrender its prisoners easily, especially those who carried knowledge of what transpired behind electrified fences. The smallest girl stirred in his arms, her eyes reflecting fragments of moonlight. Her lips moved, forming words that emerged as a whisper. Jak się nazywasz? What is your name? The question penetrated layers of silence, built over years of survival. Jacob hadn't heard his own name spoken aloud since his father's death. It existed only in memory, a secret thing preserved from contamination by the camp's horrors. His throat constricted around unspoken syllables. Speech had become foreign territory, a country from which he had been exiled. Yet something stirred within the wasteland of his voice, a seed breaking through frozen ground after endless winter. "Jacob," he whispered, the sound strange and wonderful in the forest's embrace. His voice emerged broken, raw with disuse, but undeniably his own. "Jestem Jakob. I am Jacob." The girl's smile transformed her hollow face, revealing the ghost of beauty that starvation had nearly erased. "Estera," she replied, offering her name as a gift in exchange for his. The other children murmured their own names: Tomasz, Lilka, Beniek, David. Each syllable a reclamation of identity. The camp had attempted to replace with numbers. They stood in a tight circle beneath the ancient pines, no longer prisoners, not yet survivors, suspended in the fragile space between captivity and freedom. A distant howl shattered their momentary peace, the unmistakable voice of a tracking dog catching their scent. The hunt continued. Jacob set Estera gently on her feet and pointed westward, where the forest grew denser, offering deeper concealment. "Musimy biec," Estera said with quiet resolve. "We must run." Jacob nodded, taking her hand once more. Together, they plunged deeper into the wilderness. 6 children against an empire, armed with nothing but the desperate courage of those with nothing left to lose. The forest embraced them, branches parting to accept their flight, roots steadying their uncertain steps. Dawn found them huddled beneath a rocky overhang beside a wider stream. Exhaustion had claimed the younger children, while Jacob remained awake, listening to the forest's morning chorus, replacing the mechanized rhythms of captivity. Estera sat beside him, her slight shoulder pressed against his arm. "Dokąd idziemy?" "Where are we going?" she asked, her voice barely audible above the stream's gentle murmur. Jacob's mind, so accustomed to precision and calculation, could offer no certain answer. The geography of freedom remained unmapped territory. He had memorized every centimeter of captivity, but possessed no chart for liberation. The words came slowly. "Na południe, du partyzantów." South, to the partisans. Rumors had circulated through the camp. Resistance fighters in the southern forests, Jews and Poles who had escaped, fighting with salvaged weapons and desperate courage. Perhaps only legend, perhaps salvation. Estera's small hand found his, fingers intertwining. "Będziemy wolni." We will be free. Jacob looked at the sleeping children, at the forest stretching around them, at morning light filtering between trees. Freedom remained a distant shore, separated by hunger, winter, pursuit, and war. Yet for the first time in 3 years, possibility existed. He squeezed Estera's hand gently and discovered within himself the capacity for speech once more. Words emerged like water from stone, each one a small miracle of reclamation. Już jesteśmy. We already are. The forest absorbed his words, carrying them toward the lightening sky. Behind them, the camp continued its grim business. Ahead, war raged. But here, 6 children had rewritten the equations of their existence beyond barbed wire and numbered tattoos. Jacob tilted his face toward the breaking day, feeling warmth touch his skin. His voice, newly rediscovered, held steady as he spoke again. Not to Estera, not to the sleeping children, but to the memory of his father that he carried within. I remember who I am. Thank you for being here to listen with me. Let's enjoy the new story together. Black and White. The boardroom. 32 students awake in a dark room. The lights flash on. 32 fearful high school students scan their surroundings. They're in a square room. The walls are lovely nature murals. The floor is a large, square black and white checkerboard. And they're in costumes. 16 are black and 16 white. Esther starts the confused students' conversation. Oh, my lord, where are we? Barney, the school's head nerd, is dressed in black leather and a crown. How did I got here? Johnny, the high school star quarterback, is dressed in white leather and a king's crown. We, nerd. How did we all get here? Susie, head cheerleader, adorned in a dazzling black sequined dress and crown, clings to Johnny. We were all at Dr. Gilbert's party. Jerry. Right. I remember we all toasted the good doctor's birthday. Jill? Yes, I can't recall much after that. Billy Joe. The punch. I bet the punch was spiked. Sally. How did I get dressed in this? Mark and Ken are examining the walls, looking for an exit, only to find 2 bathroom door. Mayview Police Depta. The FBI Child Abduction Unit arrives at the Mayview City Police Department. Captain Montaigne. I appreciate your rapid response. Agent Joseph Klein. What have you got? Captain. There was a party at a Mayview High School mathematician's house on Friday night that the missing teens seem to have attended. Sergeant Billings. Sir, they're being live streamed. Agent Klein makes a call. Agent Newton, I need your unit to find this channel's origin. I just linked to you. Live chess. A placard on the wall reads, Welcome to live chess. 1. This is a standard 12-hour game of chess. 2. Your costume denotes your position and side. 3. Your kings are Johnny and Barney, both well-ranked players. 4. Breaks are 10 minutes each hour. The teens are quiet momentarily as they read, then break into a confusing garble of voices until Ben, a well-known school bully, yells, Shut up, all of you. They do. He continues, Who the hell you think you are? I will knock your teeth out. A loud crack sounds out. Ben collapses and slides down a wall onto the floor. Blood oozes from his mouth. Screams fill the room. A door opens, and in walks another student, Henry. A masked man drags Ben back inside the door, then closes it. Henry, what the hell is going on? Overhead, a voice breaks in. I'm the director and judge. I don't tolerate dissidents. Now that's settled. Let's begin, shall we? Take your positions. White on the wall's time clock side. The frightened, crying teens start moving into position, Sally crying and shaking. I don't know where to go. King Barney. Over there, in the second row, with Susie, Jill, Mary, Gary, Ken, and Mike. You're all pawns. Voice. Well done. The clock will tick down from 12 hours for each team. It starts and stops with each move. The winning team lives, or shall I say, those left standing will live. Kimmy, the white king-side light-squared bishop, LSB, cries out, "What does he mean?" Voice. The game is one of death, not of capturing players, resulting in another wave of mass hysteria. White King Johnny. What the hell? Voice. Let the game begin. King Johnny, make your move. A dual digital timer on the wall starts counting down. W. Shout 11.59. B. Opening. Johnny, the HS quarterback, confused and shaking, instantly decides pawn to E4. Voice. Johnny, they're more than pawns. They're your classmates. They're living people, at least for the moment. Brings another burst of loud, conversing, screams, and crying. Mary runs, screaming, I can't do this. A loud crack echoes throughout the room. Mary halts, drops to the ground, and cringes down into a fetal position. Voice. Mary, that was a warning. Get back, now. She doesn't move. I said, now, Mary. Another crack erupts, and the wall splinters beside her head. Mary screams, then runs back to her square. Johnny, G, Gary, move to the E4 square. Gary, W, where's that? Johnny, 2 squares in front of you. The white one. Gary steps up to the center of the board. Barney, C5. Elizabeth, move up 2 squares. She quickly responds. That's right, the dark square. Voice. Very good. See how easy it is to play and obey. Johnny, you're up. Johnny, knight to F3. Henry, do you play? Henry, yes. Susie, Sally, excuse me, please. And he moves up 2 and over 1 square, as knights do. Barney, knight to C6. Sarah, move behind Elizabeth on the white square. Johnny, Billy, you're our light-squared bishop. Step in front of me to E2. BE2. Strategy. Barney, may I ask a question? Voice. Of course. Your clock is ticking. Barney. If we capture a piece, what happens to the player? Voice. Again. It's not a capture game. It is a game of life and death. Barney. The person dies? Voice. I think you know the answer. Black King Barney. Barney. What happens if there is a checkmate without any captures? Voice. The winning team walks away. The losing team. Well, they don't. Barney. Can we huddle? Voice. 2 heads are better than 1. Barney. Everyone who plays chess, raise your hand. The black team's bishops, Tamer and Samuel, the knights, Michael and Sarah, and 1 rook, Matthew, raise their hands along with 3 pawns, Eve, Miriam, and Luke. Barney. Okay, let's huddle and discuss our next move. No one moves. Voice. You can converse during your move. The bishops and knights slowly and hesitantly walk over to Barney. Barney. How you doing? Tamar, tears flowing. Scared shitless, of course. The others nod in agreement. Barney. I didn't want to talk about the move. I know the best move with Johnny's Sicilian defense. I want to discuss strategy. If we capture a person, Samuel, they will be shot. Sarah. Who is this psychopath? Luke. His voice is masked, and he knows us. Michael. A teacher? Barney. I think so, but our absence must have the FBI involved. So, if we can draw out the game with no captures, Tamar, kill. This sick will murder them. Barney. Right, so let's make moves to prolong the game. Sarah. Sounds like a good plan. The others nod in agreement. Barney. Okay, good. Michael. Let's play D6. It's a good counter to the Sicilian, and no chance for a kill. Barney. My thought as well. The teens shake in agreement. Billy Joe. Johnny is my boyfriend and aggressive in football and chess. He's good and will go for the win. Sarah. No, he won't. Billy Joe. What makes you think that? Sarah. You. You're on our side. You die if he wins. The players return to their positions. Barney. D6. Miriam. Move up 1 step. W23.55.09. B23.50.03. Johnny. Rose. You're our king's knight. Move in front of Jill. Barney. Knight to F6 for you, Michael. Michael. Got it. Samuel. You're moving so fast. Barney. It's just the opening. We can slow down during the mid-game. That's expected. Bishop Samuel. Okay, that makes sense. He may get mad if looked to be stalling. Johnny. Let's castle. Jill, move beside me, and I'll move to the inside beside you. Barney. Shall we fianchetto kingside? Tamar. Yes, good call. Black King. Barney. Okay, Daniel. Step up 1 square to G6. Next, light squared Bishop Billy will move behind you to G7. And then we will castle. Johnny. Mary. Step up 1 to back up Gary. D3. Blacks. Bishop Daniel slides over to G7. White King Johnny. We're still opening. Our stance in martial arts terms. Bishop Kimmy. Slide in front of Bishop Billy. Black King Barney and Rook Matthew switch sides to castle. FBI, Captain Montaigne. It has been 24 hours since 34 high school students were abducted. Dr. Gilbert's neighbors have only revealed that he had a large cargo truck that was heard leaving his residence in the early morning hours after the party, then disappeared. Agent Klein, Dr. Gilbert is a millionaire who does not need to work. He withdrew vast amounts of cash over the last few years and spent his weekends away. Where to? We are seeking to ascertain, along with tracing the video feed. We see the students are all alive except one. Live chess has gone viral. We are hesitant to shut it down, as he may retaliate against the kids. Officer Dave. Yes, he shot one, and Celia is missing. Agent Klein. Perhaps not. Video analysis seems to indicate a scam, a fake death, like in the movies. He has a degree in mathematics and is a psychologist. Officer Gentry, a sick one. He is tormenting them. Agent Klein. Chess has 32 pieces, 16 per side. If you promote a pawn to the other side, you get a piece of your choice. Celia may be in waiting as the extra queen if one side promotes a pawn. Agent. Obviously. Our best is to track his video feed. He is bouncing off dark web torrent sites worldwide. He is good. Our cybercrime unit is on it. We will keep you updated. Captain Montaigne. We will continue our local search for sites able to house a 50 by 50-foot room and use infrared heat sensing, although they may be underground. What's new with the West search progress, Kelly? Mid-game, Johnny. Okay, now we're in the mid-game, and we're at an advantage to strike in the middle. But I don't want anyone else to die, so let's just make a non-confrontational move. Queen Esther. Barney and I are dating. He is brilliant, uses his mind, and despises violence. We should just hop around. I can step over one and back up Bishop Kimmy. Rose. That looks aggressive, forcing a dark bishop trade, but we don't have to go through with it. Johnny. Perfect. Queen Esther. Step over to QC1. Barney. Let's huddle. Okay, my friends. It looks as they want to force a bishop trade and end up with their Q in front of me. Billy Joe. Don't take any chances with Johnny. He will save himself first. He will pick his team and friends over me. Barney. Okay, we can avoid a trade. Matthew. How? Barney. Rook Matthew. Step to the side. One for rook to e8. King Johnny. Good move by them. They don't want a trade or fight. The clock reads W23 Uzo Biwer Suinti. Voice. Break time. A wall opens, revealing a large table with a feast of food and drinks. The bathroom doors pop open. One is labeled guys and the other gals. Break time. The young women gather. Johnny runs to Billy Joe, and they hug, as do other couples. Billy Joe. Oh, Johnny, I'm so scared. Johnny. We all are, Billy Joe. We all are. Barney. I'm famished. He and Esther walk to the snack table. Esther, I need to pee. Be right back. The Black King walks up to the Black King. Johnny greets him with, "What's up, nerd?" Barney, "We need to work together and figure this out." Johnny, "Sorry. Yeah, you're right. What do you have in mind?" He takes the last bite of a hot dog. Barney, "If we make a capture, the person dies." Johnny, "Right. So, we need to move around, keep the game going." Barney, "That's logical, but I'm sure he thought of that." Johnny, "All we can do is try." Barney, "Perhaps the cops will find us." Johnny, "The FBI is hunting for us." Barney, "Right. So let us keep the game going till time runs out." Johnny, "Okay. We need not to let any side run out their clock." Esther, "How do we do that?" Billy Joe, "Make our moves on 10-minute intervals." Johnny, "Perfect." Barney, "That's 6 moves per hour times 24 hours, which comes out to 120 moves each." Esther, "Let's make them 15 minutes. Barney, "I agree. That way we maximize the game length." Esther, "Watch the clock and pray the FBI finds us." Upstairs, Dr. Gilbert smiles. "Break's over. Back to your positions. King Johnny, your move." Johnny, "Hey, Barney." Barney, "Yeah, Johnny. I'm really sorry. And I know I can speak for my football team. I'm truly sorry for all the nerd harassment we've given you and your friends over the years." Barney, "Ah, heck. Water under the bridge, Johnny. Let's just get through this and let bygones be bygones." The two smile and walk to their sides of the board, both holding back tears to move to loose scenario. The Black and White Kings and their teams continue the game, making move after move, without players attacking other players. After the 90th move, and with only a few hours left, Dr. Gilbert, whose name was still unknown to the students and video stream audience, finally spoke. Voice, "Well, you all have been having fun, right? I'm not stupid, you know. I have been building and planning this game for years. Do you all realize that if this game ends in a draw or stalemate, in other words, when the clock runs out and no kills have been made, do you realize both teams lose? Do you understand what happens to the losers?" Barney, "No one goes home?" Voice, "Correct." Johnny, "What happens if one person is sacrificed?" Voice, "The team losing the piece loses. If there's a recapture, piece value decides. Break time. It's pizza." W014506, B14609. The exhausted teens had stopped crying many long hours ago. Their mood devolved into hopelessness. Most feel numb. Their conversation was replaced with inward personal reflection. Life before this horrid weekend. Football game fun and laughs. Moments with their friends, their loves, and their families. Upon this new revelation, a lose-lose scenario where at least half will die. The crying and severe depression returned as their end was near. The physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted teens collapse on the checkered floor and devour 16 large pizzas. Billy Joe, so much for our stalemate plan. We're screwed. Now what are we going to do? Barney, someone needs to be sacrificed for the rest of us? Esther, no, it's not that simple. Henry, she's right. One sacrifice means the losing team. All of them don't make it home. Billy Joe, Lordy, what are we going to do? Johnny, flip a coin. The loser takes a hit. It doesn't matter who dies first, as all 16 will be sacrificed. Barney flips. Johnny guesses wrong. Henry, I'll do it. Rose is in a position to take me. FBI, Captain. We just got a call from Jerry's Pizza in Littleford. Somebody just picked up an order of 16 pizzas. Jerry said that was highly unusual. We're running the license plate run now. Agent Klein, get the SWAT team in the chopper. Sergeant Newton, Captain, we have an address. End game. W00010, B00010. Billy Joe. Time to make the call, Barney. Barney, I can't. Billy Joe, tears in her eyes. I know. It is either half of us or all of us. Barney, Rose, walk over to Henry's Square. Rose, tears flowing. No, I won't be able to live with myself. Billy Joe, none of us will. Rose, none of us. Barney, angered, we'll all forever be haunted. Night Rose slowly moves up 2 squares over one and steps into Henry's Square. Oh, Henry, I'm so sorry. Henry, Rose, I volunteered. You're not to blame. Voice, Barney, you're up. Barney, what do you mean? Voice, it's time to slay. Barney, so, go ahead. Live with your cruelty. Voice, oh, not I, your kingship. Barney, what do you mean? Voice, you as king chose. You as king follow through. Barney, I will not murder. Voice, you may have Rose perform the deed. Barney, I will not. Voice, do you choose a draw? Barney, help everyone. What do I do? Voice, tick, tick, tick. Barney, let's vote. A team vote. Voice, ah, a king chooses democracy. How noble. Barney, those in favor of a draw walk to the other team. Those who want me to murder Henry and everyone on their side dies remain here. The room, filled with stunned, angered, and crying teens, suddenly turns into a loud, confusing uproar. Miriam breaks the hysteria, yelling out, "Quiet, everyone, please." The room quiets. Miriam, well known for her environmental protests, continues, I say all of us. Personally, I could not live with myself, knowing I chose to be part of a murder. To murder any of you. I suggest we all join hands and refuse to put up with this madman's sick game any longer. Gary, no way. We don't all have to die, only half. Sally takes Gary in her arms and hugs him. He struggles and then collapses, crying, quiet mumbling now fills the room. Matthew takes Miriam's hand into his, followed by Rose, until finally 32 teens sit in the middle of a sizable black and white game board. Some have been friends since early childhood, some lovers, some enemies, for various reasons that seem silly now. 32 colored teens, white, yellow, red, black, and brown, sit quietly, looking around at their peers' multi-ethnic faces. They are emotionally spent, feeling their common humanity and finding comfort in each other. Dr. Gilbert sits upstairs, smiling. Millions worldwide are fixed on their screens, devices streaming live chess, awaiting the endgame finale. Breaking news: 34 students who recently went missing were found this morning after millions worldwide watched in horror. Live chess, a divisive game attempting to pit Mayview High School students against each other. The teens, previously at odds with each other, joined forces to devise various strategies. They refused the cruel psychopath's rules. Dr. Gilbert conducted what he termed a psychological experiment, and a success beyond his pre-game hypothesis of teen behavior. He remains at large. All the students were found alive. 1 year later, 32 students awake in a dark room.